I'm taking.
Stopped it.
Go ahead and do roll call. Okay, we're going to go ahead and begin the roll call. If delegates could please take your seats. ASEPA Algeria, IAFRA Argentina, FECOF Costa Rica delegated to IAFRA Argentina, NAPSA Australia, AFIP Austria, SAFPM Bosnia and Herzegovina, CPSA Croatia, and ARMSA Armenia delegated to CPSA Croatia, EMU-PSS Cyprus, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, and KPSS Kuwait delegated to EPSF Egypt. Yep. Yep, we're at Egypt, so. Hold on just a minute. FIPSA Finland, TUPS Estonia delegated to FIPSA Finland, ONEP France, PANS Nigeria delegated to ONEP France, BPHD Germany, FIF Spain delegated to BPHD Germany, HUPSA Hungary, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IFSA Iran, IPST Iraq, IDAFARM Ivory Coast, TAPSA Tanzania delegated to IDAFARM Ivory Coast, APS Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, INZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, OPEF Portugal, FASFA Romania delegated to OPEF Portugal, KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda, GPSA Ghana delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSA Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SHUSASUFIDA Slovenia, SAPSF South Africa, SPSF Sudan, KUFIS Qatar delegated to SPSF Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA UK, APHA ASP USA, CAPSI Canada delegated to APHA ASP USA, ZPSA Zimbabwe, and KIFSA Kenya delegated to ZPSA Zimbabwe. All of them? Are they all here? Everyone's here? Okay. 54 full members present and voting.
If you can bring up the agenda. Can I please have a proposer to resume the standing orders? I have NAPSA Australia followed by CPSA Croatia. All those against? Motion passed. We will now be continuing with agenda item 1.6, appointment of motions committee and parliamentarian. So it's now on the screen, motion 41. This, the 63rd IPSf General Assembly, appoints Ms. Toka Abdallah as a member of the Motions Committee for the duration of this General Assembly. This motion shall not be reviewed once it has been achieved. We need to adjust
Sanctions.
We are just updating the motion with the correct name.
I'll put one. That's all on there. But
We have a technical from APHA ASP. He put his technical.
Andrew, APHA, ASP. We just wanted to clarify, is there time for us to propose motions before we get started with the business?
Yes, you can do it now.
Okay.
Okay, so we have APHA ASP.
Andrew, APHA, ASP, USA. We would like to propose a motion to limit the number of direct comments after a comment to 2. It seems they were getting out of hand before, and we have a lot of information to go through today.
But okay.
okay.
Okay, and that was to limit. So we have a new motion to limit the number of direct comments to 2. So, yes, do we have a seconder? Okay, we have BPSA United Kingdom. Okay. And procedural motion. Just, yeah, and abstentions as well, right? Because it's not procedural, yeah. Okay. All those against, please raise your voting cards high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Any abstentions? Okay, motion passed. Too late, yeah, sorry. Okay. So now we will go back to motion 41. APHA ASP United States.
Caitlin, APHA ASP USA. We would like to also propose to suspend Article 10.5.4 of the Standing Orders, which reads, nominees shall have their nomination form displayed to the General Assembly in a readable font size prior to each nominee's speech. We have had these nominations available for a while now, and everyone should have read them already, so we don't need to waste General Assembly time by displaying them.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by LPSA Lebanon. Okay. All those against? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passed. We have a technical from ZPSA Zimbabwe.
Gama ZPSA Zimbabwe. Can I be excused and delegate my vote to KNAPS and SAPS South Africa?
Yeah. What is the reason for leaving the room?
I was not ready for GA at all, and I'm the only one here, so I really do need to go for like just a few minutes.
Only if you have approval and a justifiable reason for leaving the GA can you delegate your vote. So you will not be able to delegate your vote for this session. You can leave the GA, but you will lose your vote, essentially.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to leave the GA?
Later.
Okay. Okay, in that case, we will continue with motion 41. Okay. This, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, appoints Ms. Toka Mohammed and Ms. Carolina Miliak as a member of the Motions Committee for the duration of this General Assembly. This motion shall not be reviewed once it has been achieved. Okay, I will now open the floor for discussion. If there are no comments or questions, I will now close the floor for discussion and we will proceed to voting. I have a comment from Ivory Coast.
Hello, my name is Guna Eric from Ivory Coast. I want to know why I received a Tanzania pharmaceutical card.
Scrutineer, can you please confirm whether this is correct?
Okay, this is the paper for Tanzania.
Has it been delegated to them, though? To Ivory Coast?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're representing the member organization from Tanzania?
Thank you.
Does that make sense? Okay. So we will now proceed to voting. All those against? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passed. We now have 2 committees to approve prior to moving to the applications for membership. So motion 5, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, appoints Mr. Christopher Chua, Mr. Martin Kranik, and Mr. Ahmed Mohammed as members of the Honorary Life Membership Committee for the duration of this General Assembly. This motion shall not be reviewed once it has been achieved. I shall now open the floor for discussion. If not, I will close the floor for discussion and we will proceed to voting. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. Motion 6, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, appoints EMU PSS Cyprus, PPSA Poland, and NZAPSO New Zealand as members of the Auditing Committee for the 2017-2018 mandate. This motion shall not be reviewed once it has been achieved. I shall now open the floor for discussion. If there are no comments or questions, I shall now close the floor for discussion and we will proceed to voting. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. We have a technical from IPSA Malaysia.
My place in Malaysia. Can we tune down the AC? It's freezing here. All right, thank you.
I have a comment, direct comment from NAPSA Australia.
Jessica, NAPSA Australia. It's like colder than other days, and I'm not sure why. Like, it's so much colder than previous days.
Okay, we'll get a member of the RC onto it. That's fine. But also a reminder to please bring your jackets with you and blankets and anything warm and fuzzy, anything you could possibly find with you to the GA room. Okay. So we will now continue with the applications for membership, the members who were not present last time when we went through these. So we have 2 more left for member and association. And the first one is TFI Uzbekistan. We don't have them online with us, unfortunately. However, what we will do is Lucas will go through their presentation up to a limit of 5 minutes. And with the approval of the GA, we can collect questions and then give them 24 hours to respond. So I will now get you to use your emotion cards. Green, if you're okay with that. And red, if you would just like to proceed to voting straight away. Green? Okay, I see majority green, so we will collect questions after the presentation and we will continue with the voting tomorrow. Oh, you're just going through it? Okay. All right. It's just going through the slides anyway, so that's okay. So we will just go through the slides. What we'll do is, to make sure you guys can all have read it, just use your emotion cards, green if you've finished reading, and red if you're still on the same slide, okay? So we will now start the presentation. So if you finish with the current slide, green. If you haven't finished, red. So you need to continuously be holding your emotion cards. We have a technical from IPSA Iran.
Parnian IPSA Iran. Sorry, we couldn't read the previous slides. They were so small in font. Could you zoom in?
We'll have the IT manager onto it.
away from the
Can I get confirmation of the scrutinism? Perfect. Thank you. Okay, we have now finished the presentation, so I will now open the floor for discussion. I have Shishisa de Slovenia.
Masha Shusova de Slovenia. I believe they didn't understand many of the questions sent to them, so I would like a clarification. First, how does their association work? Do they have yearly elections, or how do they change the mandate? Thank you.
Okay, we will send the question to them. KNPSV Netherlands.
Angela, KNPSV Netherlands, how much is their membership fee?
JPSA Jordan.
Bilal, JPSA. Since many questions appear to be not understood by them, they can learn, but I would like to ask Lucas about the level of communication between IPSF and them, since they are not here.
I will now pass the microphone to Lucas, IPSF Executive.
Lucas, Chairperson of Internal Relations. Go to the next question, and then you get you the objective answer for this. Okay.
Sorry. IFSA Iran.
Mahta IFSA Iran, so official delegates should be 3% from each country, but they mentioned that CO, CP, and 2 students from their country, so what was that?
Sorry, official delegates should be
3 persons from each country, okay?
Yes, and so you
So they
mentioned...
mentioned in their presentation that official delegates are CP, CO, and 2 other students. So it's 4 persons, not just 3.
While we double check that, I will get Lucas, IPSF executive, to answer the question from JPSA Jordan.
Lucas, Chairperson of International Relations. So most of the initial communication was done through the April RRO, so the initial communication between them. And then we received the application around July, beginning of July, and it was shared through the CP group as usual. This is what I have to answer. Thank you.
SOP Denmark?
Jeppe, SOP Denmark.
Sorry, SOP Denmark. Direct comment from CPSA Croatia.
Eva, CPSA Croatia. I have a direct comment about the question regarding 4 delegates. It said 1 CP or 1 SEO and 2 persons, so it's total 3 persons, so not 4.
Okay, so if it said or, then it would be a total of 3. Okay, thank you for that. Now we have SOP Denmark.
Jeppe, SOP Denmark. I would like to ask them if they have any income of any sort and how they were going to pay for the membership fee.
NUSPS Singapore.
Chong Jingjian, NUSPS Singapore. When asked if they will participate in SCP, they answered like yes. So I would like to ask if they have any plans to accept incoming or to allow their students to go for outgoing, or any plans for SCP in general.
NAPSA Australia.
Jessica, NAPSA Australia, we'd like to close the floor for discussion.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by KNPSV Netherlands. Okay. All those against? Okay, motion passed. So we will now send these questions and give TFI Uzbekistan 24 hours to respond. So with that being said, we will now move on to the next motion with YPSA Yemen. We will now have the presentation from YPSA Yemen. Also, same thing as before. We don't have the delegates present online with us in order to answer your questions, so we will collect them and we'll give them 24 hours to respond. Do I have approval from the General Assembly with green emotion cards to see if that's okay? Perfect. And same thing as before, please use your emotion cards. So you should continuously be holding them throughout the presentation. Green if you have finished reading the current slide, and red if you have not finished reading. Okay, so we have now finished the presentation, but before I open the floor for discussion, I've just got an update from the IC that in regards to the air conditioning, it's either on or off. We can't actually adjust the temperature. So if you would like to turn it off, just be reminded that it'll be very humid and stuffy and we'll have to turn it on anyways, and we can't just keep playing back and forth. So it's just better for us to keep it on and to make ourselves warm by bringing jackets and jumpers and bed stuff. Okay, so with that, we'll just open the floor for discussion now. KMPSV Netherlands.
Angela, KMPSV Netherlands. Can I have clarification about the fact they will be an association by the 1st of October, because they are talking about we shall do this, we will do this in the future. So are they already the association, or will they be the association by the 1st of October? And can they, if they will be an association by the 1st of October, can they already join IPSF?
IPSf Egypt.
IPSf Egypt. I would like to know the extent that the advisory board, because I noticed it's the dean and other doctors from the university. I would like to know the extent of their decision making within the student body.
Any other questions or comments? ASEP Switzerland.
Victoria, ASEP Switzerland, currently they are representing 1 faculty and 50 members. How are they planning to acquire new members and faculties?
Are there any further questions or comments? Lucas, IPSF Executive.
Lucas, Chairperson of Internal Relations, answer from my friend from the Netherlands. From my understanding, they are already an established organization, especially from what we can see in the pictures. They have a logo, they do activities, they have members. So from my perception, they are already formed organization. But still, if it's still relevant for you, it can be asked. Thank you.
Are there any further questions or comments? IF for Argentina.
Roberto Chaile, IF Argentina. We would like to know in how much time they are planning to get the SEP implemented in their association.
If there are no further questions or comments, I will now close the floor for discussion, and we will send these questions and give them 24 hours to respond. So now we have finished with the applications for membership for the time being. So we will continue with the reports of the Executive Committee. So motion 29, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the report of the Chairperson of External Relations for 2016-2017. I will now invite the Chairperson of External Relations onto the stage to give their speech of 3 minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here. It's an absolute honor to be standing here in front of you once again after a very, very busy and hectic year for me. I have a few comments and a lot of points of discussion about the external department. Throughout the whole year, I guess, we've been seeing a lot of downfall in the external department, and this has been reflecting over the few years and not just the 1 year. But I have been switching from the objectives to ensure that this external department will grow and will sustain at least for the next few years. So we have planned out new tools and new objections and a teamwork, and hopefully we work together with the other external parties for the next years to come. Hopefully my report is just a reflection of how much pressure the external relations had for the last few years. The direction of the external relation has focused on sponsorship gathering. However, the sponsorship gathering can become even more harder for the years to come, and then we have to think of a different way to get sponsors. But again, getting sponsors, it doesn't rely solely on just sending emails, but the exposure itself. So for the last 6 months, the external relations has focused on exposure rather than sponsorship gathering, so we can get the attention. So as you see on your report, there's a bit of a more of a reflection type of thing, but this report I'm going to show you is more about the actual objectives that we had so far and how we can push it forward. So this is just the external reform, how I explained a little bit in my actual report. It's just to ensure that it's a 3-year development plan where the external relations, the chairperson of external relations, sits back in the background, helping the current chairperson of external relations to push things forward, keep everything into communication, and make sure there's an actual education or turnover point. Because the first 3 months as a chairperson, you actually have no idea what you're doing. You need to learn how to actually develop your external relations tools to actually grasp the attention. And it's on an international basis, everything that you learn within your national and your local association gets thrown out of the window. So therefore, we have created the chairperson of How to External booklet, which is actually very extensive information on what you need to think and how you need to think to be able to bring sponsors. On top of that as well, the external, as I said, the external relations needs to be very close with the current chairperson to inform that turnover is turnover of information is extensive and actually throughout the whole year and not just from the first beginning of the mandate. Project X, which is really another tool for us to actually increase our presence as IPSF. One of the main issues of us as externals, we don't have that exposure and that presence at certain events. There's 2 parts of Project X, which is the project first one during the United Nations. We have always had superficial presence there, so we have created a team or a dispatch team. Okay, right. Thank you.
Can I please have a motion cards to see whether you would like the Chairperson of External Relations to continue with his speech? See majority green. Okay, you have an additional 1 minute.
All right, so yeah, one is very focused on the United Nations and the other one is actually focused on international basis. So I just don't want to focus at the United Nations, but actually everywhere and every single event that we can actually have. All the delegates will be screened throughout the executive committee and throughout the GA to ensure that we have the best quality representatives all over the world. IPSF, Euro, and EPSA, I think we developed a really, really strong relationship over the past few days and the whole mandate generally. And I think we have the best relationship so far between us. And our collaboration is to work together rather to kind of push each other around. So hopefully this will be a great step forward for all of us to ensure that we're giving the best mutual benefit for our members. WHSA, so it's a World Health Students Alliance, which consists of actually 4 international organizations. These 4 international organizations always have given joint statements during the WHA and the United Nations. However, we want to bring that alliance from the international level into a national level. So every single contact points within the countries have inquired about that, and they have got connections from different. Oh, I thought that was 1 minute. I thought that was it.
Okay, thank you for your speech. I will now open the floor for discussion. We have a technical from YP Poland.
can votes be left like this when no one is sitting on the table from the official delegates?
The motion. Oh yeah, can the scrutineers please collect the voting cards from the table and bring them up here? Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? CPSA Croatia.
Diana, CPSA Croatia. First of all, I would like to thank you for your report and for all your work. And based on your experience with inactive coordinators this past year, what would you suggest for us on how to avoid this in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very serious question. And for the last 3 years, it's been downfall. People tend to get the coordinator spots as a privilege, as a title. They work for the first 3 months and they disappear. And it's not just in the external department, but there's a few other departments as well. So one of the reforms is to ensure that the past external chairperson is to be very involved and ensure that the person is going to be there. If they don't tick the criteria within the 2 months of actually being active and actually presenting some good material, qualified material that is eligible to be shared, they're going to be out. Simple as that. Because I spent the first 3 months extensive training for the 2 coordinators, and they just failed me miserably, which disconnected my actual communication between myself and actually the rest of my team. In saying that, the new coordinators that came up have did an amazing job with the last 2 months of actually getting everything back together and actually setting up plans for the next mandate as well.
IPF Portugal. And just a reminder that all questions and comments will be limited to 1 minute.
Manuel Talhinhas, IPF Portugal. You are proposing a 2 years position for the chairperson of external relations. Don't you think that can be hard to convince people to take 2-year positions to the executive?
Thank you for the question. It's going to ask 2 years of their lives to actually commit to IPSF instead of 1. But if we're going to keep committing to 1 year, the communication and the turnover is still going down. We need to change that. This is still a trial. This is nothing been amended in the official documents. So the next year we'll see how everything going to work out and the feedback behind it. But for now, we're going to commit for 2 years. On top of that, the biggest one of the reasons of we're losing sponsors and current sponsors is because we're losing that contact point. Because they had all the discussions with the potential other party, and that goes out of the window once he steps outside the office. So that's the plan at the moment. Yeah.
KNPSV Netherlands.
Angela, KNPSV Netherlands. What do you consider most important to let your successor know regarding the financial growth of IPSF?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
What do you consider most important to let your successor know regarding the financial growth of IPSF?
Okay, so the biggest aspect I always want to push forward is how you're going to think as ex-chairperson or external to actually gather this sponsorship. If you're going to think about it, it's like a wheel. If you're going to keep this wheel going, you're going to get this financial growth. Without that exposure, to make sure there's presence there that grabs the attentions of the sponsors, and that's where you kind of talk business. You got to be very specific, very relevant, and actually just straight to the point, telling them what they are. But you have to offer them back. And as an international organization, we have a really unique, very unique audience and a very unique impact to the world. So we need to utilize that to ensure that there's some money to bring that money back. In terms of the money itself, it's very hard to grasp these days. But if you ensure that the money is coming through from the exposure, I think we can get that wheel turning. And it's going to go through as well non-governmental organizations, as well the sponsors, I guess the ones who are interested to sponsor us. My main advice is just keep that wheel going.
Sorry, I have to cut you there. We have IPSf Egypt. So next we have UNAP France.
Antoine and France. So first, thank you for your report, Jakub. My question is always relating to the sponsors. What do you think about getting all the regions more involved in fundraising and getting more sponsors? Because I do understand that we have a matter of with sponsors due to the worldwide impact of IPSF, so sponsors don't always see the utility of having a worldwide view. Well, let's say, what do you think about getting more involved the regions into the fundraising and getting more sponsorship for the next years?
Yeah, thank you. So it's, just to understand your question, is trying to get the regional areas involved within their own fundraising activities to make their own. It is a great suggestion. We've been doing that for a while now. However, it hasn't been really extremely utilized within our working groups. It's just the fact that we just don't have that capacity to make sure that going. But it is a point, and that's what the presence are here for. Once we get that presence, is to attract the sponsors or attract those NGOs, and that's by collaboration. The fact that we're advertising what their vision is, that's how we're going to get that sponsorship most of the time. We need money to make sure that fundraising is going to happen. We need attention that fundraising is going to happen. We need exposure that intention to happen. But yeah, it is something that is on the list, that's for sure.
Oops, to Hungary.
Daniel, Hoopsa Hungary, thank you very much for your report. Very amazing. I would gallop over to the other topic that you were mentioning, WHSA. How far did you get in that contact point project that you were mentioning?
Great, so thank you for the question. Great, good question. So with us, the pharmacy and the medical students have got together. We got this contact going. We sent out all the reports via our social media / emails. The people who have applied, it's just a Google form that they were interested to get those contacts. We got that list. We ensured that every person has shared their own part of contact list and has been sent out. So the only people who received it are the people who have who actually have applied for that contact points. This again is going to happen again next mandate as well, next year I guess, to keep going that flow, and hopefully we can get those that intra collaboration between the own associations within that country going as well.
IPF Portugal.
Manuel Tanhas, IPF Portugal. I would like to clarify the point of regarding to the memorandum between IPSF and IFMSA, because it seems that the sentence is not finished. It says current and it doesn't finish. Okay. And as far as we know, this memorandum was voted last week in IFMSA General Assembly. So if you could clarify the point.
Yeah, so to my point of knowledge, we got to an understanding that everything is all sorted in terms of what we want, what they want, to make sure we're on the same page. It's really an acknowledgement of our work together officially. The papers has been all done, it's all ready to be signed from our behalf. Their behalf is already signed to give going. And my apologies that it wasn't really clear on the report. It is on the extensive report I was showing, which is going to be sent out to everyone after this. A direct comment from...
Clarification from IPF Portugal.
When are you sharing with the members the draft or the final document?
Of the final document?
Yes.
Would you like to clarify?
Clarification from AJ, IPSF Executive.
As soon as the final version is received, it will be uploaded into your folder. So by the end of the day, we should have it for you.
Anep France.
Antoine France, another question, this time regarding the Project X. So I am 100% agree with you on this. My first suggestion is to getting more involved some members of IPSF, such as APHSP, such as ASEP Switzerland, for instance, because both of these associations have United Nations in their countries. My question is also about the selection of the member of this project. So how they will be selected, and those, for instance, exec committee can apply for this?
Well, the executive committee already have that, I guess, that privilege of being representing, because you guys selected us to represent, you guys at certain events. However, we don't. The actual selection process will actually be just a fill-out form, and it needs to be approved by us. On top of that, you guys as well are going to be part of that selection process as well. Like if you don't believe that person is right, or you have some feedback on certain people, we'll take that into consideration. However, it is going to be a very extensive, review, and essentially we want someone who can talk. Essentially, we don't want anyone just to stand still. We want someone who can engage. So, yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Hanap's Korea.
Kyungmin from KNS Korea. Thanks for your great working. And also, I want to ask about the IPSA Pro China project. So, I'm curious about, because we are neighbors, neighbor countries. So, is there any organizations or the members who works in for the pharmaceutical, such as areas?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the question. It is a very fabulous question. China is like a hidden world from us. As you're aware, we don't know if they have an organization or not. However, we had the opportunity to go there with FIP to represent IPSF, and we found out they had a huge organization. They represent about 12,000 students all over China, just pharmacy students. They have their own school of pharmacy, a campus by themselves. Essentially what we want to get them very more involved with us, and the biggest hassle is with the government, essentially just so they can trust us and we can trust them as well. But there is a big opportunity for us in terms as well, just sponsors and as well for activities that we can make with them. And they got a lot to offer, they really do, yeah.
Do we have any further questions or comments? Technical from JPSA Jordan.
Bilal, JPSA. There was a motion proposed by KNPSV, I think, to limit the time of discussion to 7 minutes. Are we still working on it?
That is true. It has exceeded 7 minutes quite a bit.
Okay.
So we will now that they've already been done, we will now close the floor for discussion. Do you have another technical? Okay, another technical?
Okay, Bilal, JPSA again. I've been informed that a lot of students are voting for the motion out of embarrassment because it's a voting on the motion cards. Can we propose a motion to have it on secret ballots?
That is a procedural motion. So I just need a seconder. Seconded by, is that IPSf Sudan? Okay, yeah. All those against this motion? Sorry, you can put the voting cards down. I will open the floor for discussion because you can discuss this particular procedural motion. So I will now open the floor for discussion. But if there are no questions or comments, I will close the floor for discussion and we'll proceed to voting. Just a reminder, you cannot abstain on this one, so you're either for or against. So I will start by saying, put your voting cards up if you are against changing the voting to secret ballot. Can I have voting cards up high, please? So I see majority against changing to secret ballot, so we will continue with the same voting process as before. So we will now proceed to voting with voting cards. All those against, please raise your voting cards high. Motion 29. This, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the report of the Chairperson of External Relations for 2016-2017. All those against, please raise your voting cards high. Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. So we will now move on to the report of the Chairperson of Internal Relations. We have a technical from IPF Portugal.
Is it possible to just slow the intensity of these two side lights, please?
Do I have approval from the GA to reduce the intensity of the side lights? Yeah, I will ask the RC. Yeah, I will ask the RC. Yeah. Can I please have a scrutineer hand a microphone over?
I think we've dimmed it a bit. I think we have dimmed the light a bit. But we still need the light to be like half on in order to get their faces bright enough for recording.
Okay, so I will invite Lucas onto the stage to present his speech.
Thank you, Janet. Hello, everyone. Well, I'm Lucas, Chairperson of Internal Relations. I hope that you enjoyed seeing my report, and I decided to show for you just some numbers and graphics for this GA. So, especially on 3 points, on the coaching program, the Global Contact Person Group, and the project accreditation forms. So, on the coaching program, we had this year 12 sessions of the coaching the contact persons, and it is 6 times more what we did last year, that we only had 2, and now well, we had 12, which was pretty much every month 1 or 2 sessions, and we could update the presentation not only once, but actually twice, to give more information and make it more dynamic. And with this, we could reach 60% of all the contact persons of the Federation receiving the coaching, which is a very good mark for us. And to improve this, we will need more coaches. So with the coaching that we did in the Netherlands, we could have 6 new coaches, but now, with the coaching on international relations that just happened before, we could have 7. So what brings us to the great mark of 22 coaches for the Federation. Even if with 2 we can train the entire Federation, hopefully with 22 we can reach a number more close to 100% of the CPs trained. And this really affects the Global Contact Person Group activity. So if you see people who did the coaching, you can see the green sign. This is for IPST Iraq. So Zainab did the coaching, and then she became the best CP on number of emails sent. If you go for Amrita from BUPS Bangladesh, the result is pretty similar. And with the IPSf Egypt, with our friend Marina, she did the coaching, and then she had a very big effect on her. But the true question for us is, can this improve on countries that already have the best CPs? So we got also with the PPSA Poland approval after the coaching. This is special, the coaching the coaches, so not the coaching the contact person. So with more improved information, she could reach a better ground. And then the graphic that really shows me the effect is regarding CPSA Croatia. Martina last year won the best CP award, and now this year we had Eva, and after doing the coaching, the contact person, she reached a better mark than Martina last year. And well, we had then an increased activity, less spam, and more reports. And this can be seen on graphics again. The blue one is what we had last mandate, and the orange one is the activity of this year.
Can I please have approval? Yep, 1 minute.
Just 1 minute. Okay, so, but this is due the CP activity, which was much higher, and not do the IPSF team work. So we increased the CP activity in the end. And especially on reports, so you can see the blue how are the emails about reports, and the orange how they are today. And the spam, well, the spam keeps going down, and you can see in the dotted line that is, well, all way down for number of spamming. And when you see this compared to the number of the total number of the emails, you can see that we received very little spamming. But the true thing is, you guys, the CPs, with the moderation, only received 26 spamming emails this year, which is 1.2% of all the emails received. These are the ones that the moderation could not block, especially from the IPSF team. And for the project creation form, well, we got 149 reports, and all of these numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas, for your speech. Can we get another microphone, please? I will now open the floor for discussion. IPF Portugal.
Yes.
IPF Portugal and also a member of the internal committee. I just want to say thank you, Lucas. We have been working together this past year, and it was a great experience. And thank you for all your support and for always bring out the best of us and to try to push us to work more and harder and to be annoying. And really, thank you.
Are there any further questions or comments? Oh, sorry, BPHD Germany.
Sebastian, BPHD Germany. You mentioned in your report that some of your committee members was inactive. And after that you say it was not necessary to have more communication and meetings with your committee. So I think it's opposite. And can you give a comment on this?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
You mentioned in your report that some of the committee members was inactive. After that, you say it was not necessary to have more committee meetings.
Okay, thank you for your question. So we had only 3 internal committee meetings, and then after this, I decided to go on the individual basis. The main reason was some members just didn't go to any meeting, and we were having only the committee, pretty much the committee, and not the RROs joining the meeting. And my feeling regarding how this affected the team was that it was demotivating the team. And then I say, well, maybe if I work individually, I can improve this. So those who were already inactive from the beginning, they did improve. But for those who were active, well, they keep doing the work, and I'm very thankful for that. So the true problem with inactivity was especially regarding RROs. This is something that is for some years now that we note. Some of them are just more focused on the regional level, and they forget that, well, everything of their work needs to go in some level to the internal committee, and that they cannot work outside the internal committee. But still, they don't do it.
Are there any other questions or comments? If not, I will close the floor for discussion and we will proceed to voting. Okay. Motion 30, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the report of the Chairperson of Internal Relations for 2016-2017. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. Because we don't have the Chairperson of Media and Publications online with us yet, we will first move on to the Chairperson of Pharmacy Education. So I would like to invite the Chairperson of Pharmacy Education onto the stage to present their speech.
Hi, everyone. So I started as chairperson of pharmacy education in the middle of the mandate after Mr. James White stepped down. And so I've had about 5 months in the position, and I've really enjoyed my work. You can read my report, and I'll just open the floor for questions.
I will now open the floor for discussion. IPSa Croatia.
Hi, Eva, CPSA Croatia. First, I would like to thank you and for your report and congratulate on successful takeover of the mandate. I would like to ask you to share with us your ideas for improvement of CP engagement, to collaborate a little bit more about this. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So we did try to talk to CPs about one of our biggest things of the year, which is the Nanjing FIPED conference, which if you saw the presentation during the educational symposium, essentially it's setting new global standards for pharmacy education. We opened up a survey to CPs and got very little response. So I think in the future, we really want to focus more on things that are a little bit easier to relate to, because I think it was quite a bit of information maybe to ask CPs to read. So I think we're going to try to focus on being a little bit more short with what we're asking.
IPF Portugal.
IPF Portugal. Thank you so much for your work during these 5 months, and it was not beneath our bets to begin in the middle of the mandate, but I think you did a good work. I just wanted to ask what were the sessions proposed for FIP 2018 and why they were not, if you know why they are not approved?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the question.
You say in your report that some teams for sessions were proposed for FIP 2018, but they were not approved, they were not accepted. Why and what were the teams?
I'm sorry. So I wasn't directly involved with any of that. That was all while James was still chairperson of PE. So I don't actually know very much about them. All I know is that the deadline was before I was involved in the work. So I can ask, we can get clarification from someone who knows a little bit more if you'd like.
Clarification from AJ, IPSF Executive.
AJ, IPSF Executive. The feedback we got from FIP was that the proposals were very poor quality. The proposals, just for your information, were not run through EXCO and communication before those proposals were submitted. Again, basically no communication, and so EXCO did not even see those proposals before they were, and so that's why FIP rejected them, is because they were very poor quality.
Sorry, point of information. EPSF Egypt.
Marina, EPSF Egypt. Thank you for your report. You mentioned that there will be internships in the Egyptian Children's Hospital. I would like to know which hospital exactly, and what are the updates about those internships?
So I only know it by the name of Egypt Children's Hospital, so I'm not sure. I can try to find more information from my internship coordinator. But essentially, the work on that is kind of at a standstill because they're asking us to pay them to allow someone to become an intern there, which is obviously not within our budget. So right now it's not looking really hopeful, I guess.
BPHG Germany.
Sebastian, BPHG Germany, I just want to thank you for all your work in the short time. It was amazing, your job you did. And yes, I'm looking forward. Thank you very much.
Are there any further questions or comments? If not, I will now close the floor for discussion and we will proceed to voting. Motion 32, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the report of the Chairperson of Pharmacy Education for 2016-2017. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. We will now move on to the report of the Chairperson of Professional Development. I would now like to invite the Chairperson onto the stage to present their speech for 3 minutes. You have the floor.
Hi everyone. So for professional development this Monday, I'm going to give a brief summary of the projects that we did. So basically there was no new project. I still worked on all the professional development projects we have, but what I tried to do this mandate was to sort of introduce some sort of collaboration, because one thing I realized is that there are still a lot of member associations that do not have the opportunity to organize all the professional development projects we have. So I decided to increase the collaboration between the professional development portfolio and other portfolios. So first of all, the first collaboration we did was with Student Exchange. We had some online training for SEOs, beginning of the mandate, and it was quite successful. I believe some SEOs here attended the online training. And then the biggest project this mandate for PD was the interregional competition. So previous mandates we had an online PCE. So this mandate, we decided to do it based on the region. So what we did was to collaborate with all the regions, and we had the online PCE in March and the online CSE in May. It was crazy, but it was quite successful, and also we collaborated with the Public Health Committee for the World Health Assembly, and for the first time we had an online training for the delegates that we sent to the World Health Assembly. And then we also had a training a day before the World Health Assembly. So this is the first time it was done, and it was very successful, and hopefully we hope that in subsequent mandates this can be done, just something similar to what IFMSA does. If we can have some sort of increased number of training days for the delegates, I believe that it would help our delegates to be more prepared for the World Health Assembly. And then the last collaboration we did was with the Development Fund Committee. So we collaborated with them to give some sort of grant to participants that would go for the TDC. So the first one is going to be given to one of the participants that would apply for the TDC, upcoming TDC in Kenya in September. And also, we tried to increase the number of online projects we did this mandate. So this mandate, we had the online CSE, the Crazy Clinical Corner we had monthly, and also we have a compounding corner that we also have monthly. And then the third thing I would mention here is the guidelines. I tried to complete all the guidelines for all the projects done.
I would like to ask the GA whether they would like to extend the speech to 1 minute more. Yep.
So the PCE was completed and it was sent out. Currently, we're still working on the CSC guidelines. Hopefully, that should be done and completed by the end of the mandate. And for the training, we tried to create some sort of guidebook, because a lot of people who attend the TDC do not even have a clue of what to do after they finish the TDC. So we have a guidebook, and thankfully it's already all designed and it was all sent out to everyone. And I would also mention for training, we tried to have a TDC in other regions apart from the regions that were, we had a TDC previously last mandate. So we had a TDC in Emerald in March, and we had one in Afro. And for the first time, we are actually having 2 TDCs in one region, and we have the second TDC in Afro in September, because, yeah.
Thank you. I would now like to open the floor for discussion. JPSA Jordan.
Bilal, JPSA, thank you for your efforts during this mandate. I'd like to ask more about the IFISO collaboration. What is the result of this collaboration?
Okay, so there was the IFISO spring meeting in Grass in April, and 2 of the EXCO committee attended it. So basically, the associations that are part of that collaboration discussed about how they can collaborate, and the topic of the discussion was on training, on how we can exchange best practices and see how we can sort of collaborate on training. So we started communication, and we are still communicating. Nothing concrete has been done, but we had a meeting and we talked about how we can collaborate, how we can exchange trainers, and how we can exchange best practices. So that's what the IPSO is about.
CPSA Croatia.
Eva, CPSA Croatia. I would like to thank you for your report and congratulate you on your work. I wanted to ask, is there a possibility to hold the online competitions differently, like to have one in winter, another in summer, and instead of having them 2 months apart? It seems like there are a lot more of them in the same period, and then the winter semester is no competitions. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much for your question. So this is the first time it has been done. So thank you for the feedback, and definitely one of the things we're going to do, I'm going to propose to when I'm handing over, is to have more space between each of them. So.
EPHG Germany. Sorry, direct comment from Brian, IPSF Executive.
April Chairperson Brian, just want to give more information on that, why it was such a short time frame. So there was something that all the regional chairpersons sat down, had a meeting in late November, I believe, and then we said we'll do something together as a regional event, and then it's really short time, but we still managed to pull one in March, and we managed to pull one in May. So I think that's something we can carry on next year, but with better planning. It's just the start of mandate, we all try to do something together, and that's what we did.
BPHG Germany.
Sebastian, BPHG Germany. First of all, thank you for your work during the mandate. I want to know how close was the communication with the chairperson of internal relations regarding to the coaching of international relations, what took place at the same time as the LIT this year?
So, yeah, I communicated a lot with the chairperson of internal because, yeah, it was happening the same time with the LIT, so we had to do some sort of workshops together. That was the plan, and of course we had some soft skills during the CIR, so we had to also exchange some sort of trainers. So yeah.
IPF Portugal.
IPF Portugal. Thank you for your work and for your report. I want to ask you, in your report you said that the internal relations portfolio you will be in charge of managing the project accreditation form. So I want to ask you that this will pass to the internal relations for now on?
Correct. Because we had the project accreditation system, which was some sort of complicated system, but from the executive committee, we agreed that the internal would take care of that. So it's going to be sort of.
KNPSV Netherlands. Yep, taken out. So EPSF Egypt.
Yasmin, IPSf Egypt. I would like to thank you, Juliet, for this amazing mandate. It was full of actions and hard work, so I'd just like to congratulate you. Thank you.
KNAPS Korea.
Hyunjin, KNAPS Korea. Thank you for all your works throughout the year, and especially for Korea. I think we had really good impact through the online project because through the online project, more students were exposed to the PD events. even though there were not a lot of participants who really participated in the online project, but they got to know what PD events is. So I really appreciate for that. And I also want to appreciate for the help for the regional patient counseling competition we had with the Japan and Taiwan. Thank you.
CPSA Croatia.
Diana, CPSA Croatia. First of all, thank you for your report and for all your work this past year. I would like to ask you about online SEO trainings. Since this was the first year that this was organized, do you think is there any place for improvement, and what would you suggest to your successor? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'm going to suggest it to my successor because I sort of understood the fact that SEOs and LEOs need some soft skills to perform better. So, yeah.
Are there any further questions or comments? EPSA United Kingdom.
Stephen, BPSA UK. Thank you for organizing the LIT and CIR. It was a really great program. We all really enjoyed it. But have you received the feedback from the top participants with regards to the debate? Because we all know at the end, towards the start of the debate, most of the LIT groups pulled out because we believed that we didn't have enough time to prepare. Do you have any plans to develop that further improve that or develop that next year?
So the CIR, for clarification, is organized by the internal. And yes, due to logistics problems and preparation problems, we couldn't have the debate with CIR. But hopefully, if it's done next year, I'm going to definitely.
As we have reached 7 minutes, I will now close the floor for discussion and we will now proceed to voting. Thank you. Motion 33, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the report of the Chairperson of Professional Development for 2016-2017. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. Technical from ARPEC Algeria.
Osama, ARPEC Algeria. I would like to highlight the fact that we are missing 2 votes here. So the total number of votes is 15 and not 52.
That's correct. Oh, you thought it was 50. Okay, so we started off with 54 full members voting, and now we're up to 52. So we actually had 54. Does that clarify? Okay, perfect. Okay, so we have received answers from TFI Uzbekistan. So we will now move back to motion 23. And okay, so Okay, so I now have the 4 questions that were asked during open discussion. So I will now answer them in the order that they were asked. Question 1, can you clarify how your association works? Do you have yearly elections? The answer is we present 2,000 pharmacy students. Every year in May, we provide TFI students, Scientific Society Annual Conference. This year it is the 75th year, and every year we elect 1 student. The next question I have is, how much is your membership fee? And this was combined, the answer I have received is combined with the following question. Do you have any income of any sort? How will you pay for your membership fee? The combined answer is the membership fee will be paid by sponsorship from local pharmaceutical companies. The next question is, what are your plans for setting up student exchange program in your country? The answer received is, we want to set up student exchange program in our country and make exchanges with other countries. With that, we will now move to closed discussion. Can we please turn the live stream off and have all laptops and mobile phones turned off and all doors guarded, please? Can I have confirmation of live stream? Thank you. So unfortunately, TFI Uzbekistan has not been accepted as a member in association for this year, but on behalf of IPSF, we would like to thank them for their application. Just a reminder, we did have one spoiled vote because they had written no. The options are there, written on the screen, as all the other prior times. The options are for, against, and abstention. And you should only be abstaining if there is a conflict of interest or bias involved. Otherwise, you should be voting for or against, because as you can see here, sometimes it can be very close, and every vote counts. Thank you. We have 5 minutes before tea break, so we will try to get one more report of the Executive Committee done before we head off. Do I have approval from the General Assembly to see if that's okay? Green for yes, and red for no. I need a clarification from KNPSV Netherlands.
Sharon, KNPSV the Netherlands. I want to have some clarification about the voting procedure, because I thought that the abstentions weren't counted in the total of votes, so they actually do have a majority for.
So for accepting new members into the IPSF, we actually require a super majority vote, so that's a 2/3 majority. Because I saw majority green, we will now have the report of the Chairperson of Public Health. So I would like to invite Sabrine onto the stage to present her speech.
Good morning, everyone. I apologize, I'm a little bit sick. So, I hope that you have went through my report and also the monthly updates. Here I will go quickly to comment, please. I would like to comment on the new structure. As you know, in the past GA in Zimbabwe, a new structure was adopted of the public health portfolio. We decreased the number of the members of committee and also the number of coordinators. It was 4 coordinators, advocacy coordinator, medicine awareness coordinator, humanitarian coordinator, and other one. So we decreased the number to 2 coordinators, activities, and advocacy only. Under activities, it was an internal division of the members on 4 topics: NCDs and healthy living, communicable diseases and reproductive health, humanitarian and human rights, and medicine awareness and chemical management. I believe that this new structure was very effective because, as we had in the past many members in the committee, it wasn't very effective. Some members laying on others to do their work, but here we had everyone has his specific role. It was well defined and we had a good outcome. And we will see in the motions, I suggested to bring back the humanitarian coordinator, because in the past we had only one official campaign, which is Vampire Cup for humanitarian, but now with the new partnership with ICRC, Red Cross, we will need someone to focus on this new collaboration and to improve it in the future. Can I have the next one, please? What are the main challenges encountered during this mandate? It was working with media and publication on design and translation. As you know, we worked on setting a new database for promotional material, and it wasn't shared like in enough time with our members to allow them plan their activities with these materials. But I can say that we worked for a year ahead. There will be enough materials for next year and the year after, so you can use all the materials and booklets and guidelines in implementing your projects. And also the time. Sometimes we receive some updates from our partners, and we receive some news that with a very short notice, sometimes even few hours before the deadline. So it was the major challenge for this mandate.
Can I please have emotion cards to see whether we can extend? Yep, 1 minute.
Thank you. Recommendations according to those challenges. As I said, promotional material are already ahead for 2 years. So I would recommend to the chairperson of public health for the next mandate not to waste time working on new promotional material, maybe improving a little bit. But as we didn't have the chance to translate every materials, which was the duty of media and publication, they have translation committee. That would be good to include it in the action plan for next year, and also to focus on implementing campaigns. This year, we noticed that by bringing more challenges and activities, we had more participation by our members, and we received more involvement. And the second point is maintain the new contacts and follow up. A good handover, I believe, is very crucial and important, but it is very important to focus on what we have and on our new collaborations. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sabrine. I would now like to open the floor for discussion. IPF Portugal.
IPF Portugal, thank you so much for your work throughout the mandate and for your report. I wanted to ask you about the Health Task Force group. Do you think that it has been helpful this year? Did it bring improvements to the Public Health Committee?
Thank you for your question. Actually, for setting the Health Task Force, I would like to comment at the beginning that it was a recommendation from a CP at the beginning of the mandate, so that you know that the recommendations and comments are very important, so keep sending them to EXCO. It was very helpful because we were in touch with directly with chairpersons of public health on local level. We saved time because sometimes we waste time contacting CP and the CP contacts his colleagues. And also many members of Health Task Force were contacting me directly requesting guidance and advice like directly on the activities. So it was very helpful, and I hope that it will be maintained in the future. Thanks.
Oops, Bangladesh.
Hi, Sabrine. Rita, BOPS Bangladesh. I had a question regarding the February 2017 report that you sent, the monthly report, about the IFMSA or IVSA collaboration due to the tuberculosis campaign. Could you tell me more about it? Like what happened with the collaboration? Thanks.
Actually, we celebrated this year on the 24th of March, the World Tuberculosis Day, and we launched a competition requesting articles on TB from our members, as individuals and as associations. And IFMSA and IVSA joined this competition with us, so they did the same. They shared the call with their members. We collected the articles, and we agreed to share the outcome as a booklet. For the articles, something structured to show recognition and to give value to those contributions. Since early April, I requested from Media and Publication to design the booklet that I received last week. We were here in the World Congress, so the winners will be announced during the gala night. Yeah. And the booklet will be shared with the CPs and the outcome right after the World Congress. Thank you.
PSA Taiwan, Taiwan.
Jenny, PSF Taiwan. Thank you, Supreme, for your report and also the whole year activities. And I would like to know about World Tuberculosis Campaign, about the result of that, because so far I think that I haven't got about the result of the campaign. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. As I said to Amrita, we received the booklet ready with all the articles of IPSF, IFMSA, and IVSA from our media and publication only a week ago. And the winners will be announced during the gala night and will receive certificates of recognition. Thank you.
Do we have any further questions or comments? If not, I would now like to close the floor for discussion, and we will now proceed to voting. Motion 34. This, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the report of the Chairperson of Public Health for 2016-2017. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you so much. I would like just to thank all the CPs that were contacting me during the mandate for their support and also for their interest, whether formal by email or on Facebook. And also, I would like to deeply thank the teams, my team, Public Health, for their work because nothing would have been done without their help. Thank you.
And can I please have a proposer to suspend the standing orders? PPSA Poland, followed by NZAPSO New Zealand. All those against? Motion passed.
Get a scrutineer to ASEPA Algeria, IAFRA Argentina, and FECOF Costa Rica delegated to IAFRA Argentina, NAPS Australia, AFAP Austria, SAFPUM Bosnia and Herzegovina, CPSA Croatia, and ARMSA Armenia delegated to CPSA Croatia, EMIP Cyprus, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, and KPSS Kuwait delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, TUPS Estonia delegated to FIPSA Finland, ANEP France, PANS Nigeria delegated to ANEP France, BPHD Germany, FIF Spain delegated to BPHD Germany, HUPSA Hungary, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IFSA Iran, IPST Iraq, IDAFARM Ivory Coast, TAPSA Tanzania delegated to IDAFARM Ivory Coast, APS Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, INZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, OPEF Portugal, FASFA Romania delegated to OPEF Portugal, KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda, GPSA Ghana delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSR Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SHUSA Slovenia, SAPSF South Africa, SPSF Sudan, QFIS Qatar delegated to SPSF Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPACO UK, APHA ASP USA, and CAPSA Canada delegated to APHA ASP USA.
Okay, you may all now leave the tables, but please be back by 10:45 so we can start at 10:50 sharp, or 10:48. Thank you.
So we're having the break until 10:45, and we want to start at 10:50. Welcome.
Technical from Argentina.
Roberto Chaile of Argentina. We're missing the vote from AEFRA. Okay, thank you.
IPSf Egypt and KPSS Kuwait delegated to IPSf Egypt, FIPSA Finland, TOPS Estonia delegated to FIPSA Finland, ONEP France, PANS Nigeria delegated to ONEP France, BPHD Germany, FIF Spain delegated to BPHD Germany, FIPSA Hungary, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IFSA Iran, IPST Iraq, IDAFARM Ivory Coast, TAPSA Tanzania delegated to IDAFARM Ivory Coast, APS Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, INZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, OPEF Portugal, and FASFA Romania delegated to OPEF Portugal, KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda, and GPSA Ghana delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSR Serbia, and USPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, Shusasivita Slovenia, SAPSF South Africa, SPSF Sudan, Kufis Qatar delegated to SPSF Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ALSEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA UK, APHA ASP USA, ICAPSI Canada delegated to APHA ASP USA, and ZPSA Zimbabwe and KIVSA Kenya delegated to ZPSA Zimbabwe not present. $52 full members present and voting.
Can I please have a proposer to resume the standing orders? Proposed by CPSA Croatia, seconded by IPF Portugal. We will now move on to the report of the chairperson of Student Exchange. I would like to invite Petra onto the stage to give her speech for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Janet. First, I apologize for my voice. I hope that you can hear me properly. As my report is really detailed, I won't be getting into any details here. I just want to say that this year we worked on communication, we worked on increasing number of placements, and we worked on new SEP database. Currently, as of today, we have 1,004 scheduled exchanges, which is the first time we reached number of 1,000. And the SEP database would be working from the 1st of October. Currently, we are working on updating public profiles for the associations. To finish, I would like to thank all the SEOs and Student Exchange Committee members that were supporting me whole mandate, that were really responsive, and I really enjoyed the mandate, so I'm open to your questions now.
Thank you, Petra. I would now like to open the floor for discussion. APF Portugal.
Manuel Tadinhas, APF Portugal. Thanks, Petra, for your report. My question is regarding the graduate placement project. Do you still think that this project is part of the student exchange portfolio, or it should be part of an external relations portfolio, because the next main step is the approach to new partners for this project?
Thank you very much, Manuel, for your question. So this project is in collaboration with Pharmacy Education Portfolio and External Portfolio. It was started within Student Exchange Portfolio because 3 years ago, Chairperson of Student Exchange, Ms. Miranda Law, started like the first draft of it, but it was dropped because there was no time. So we restarted it this year. I had more time because I already delegated some tasks to my committee. So I decided to be the one like starting from the Student Exchange part. In my opinion, it should be under Pharmacy Education Portfolio because there we have an internship coordinator. So they should be collaborating with External Portfolio because External Portfolio should be the one getting the hosts, and the internship portfolio plus Student Exchange Portfolio can help in selecting the applications.
KNPSV Netherlands.
Yes, Angela, KMP Sweden Netherlands. First of all, I would really like to thank you for working together. You were great, you were very fast responder. The list with all the contact details of all SEOs was perfect. It was very easy to find everyone, so thanks for that at first. Next to that, my question is about the SEC. Do you think you will find enough people to have enough SEC members?
Thank you, Angela, for your comment. And this year, I think there won't be any problems to find SEC members. I already had a lot of questions from different regions, different people willing to join SEC. So I really think that that wouldn't be a problem. It would be a real problem to select the best of them.
PSA Taiwan.
Celeste from PSA Taiwan. Really thanks for Petra being a chairperson, always so awesome and fast response and helpful. And the other things that, because you said that really a lot of new SEP database and also new systems, so I'm just wondering your successor could be just like fulfill those, what you want to do, and also being not so a big gap over there, yes.
Sorry, can you clarify
just
the
like
last?
Your successor can be just know the new database working well as like you do before. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Celeste. So the new database will be starting from 1st of October, and my successor would be working with me during whole September in getting to know the database. To be honest, I still have to train myself as well because the database is still not finished and functional. When it will be, I will definitely be collaborating with Typify, our web developer, to get to know how it works, and I will be available during whole next mandate actually to help my successor with the database if necessary.
CPSA Croatia.
Dana, CPSA Croatia. First of all, thank you for your report, and I would like to thank you for all of the hard work that you've done in the past mandate and for helping all of us along the way. And this year, a lot of new projects were implemented in the student exchange program. What would you suggest for us on which projects should we focus the most in the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. This is really a hard question, but the project should be the quality of practice, the quality of accommodation, and not only like the trainings of SEO. So this would be the next step, what should be done in the next mandate. So like the quality of whole project.
We now have Jessica, IPSF Executive.
Hello. Really just a comment and say thank you. From the Pan American region, we had a lot of new members and a lot of new associations that don't know SEP program as well, and it wasn't developed as well. And this year, I believe that we grew a lot thanks to you and your subcommittee. So thank you very much for all the support that you showed to the Pan American region.
Thank you, Jessica. It was my pleasure.
APF Portugal.
Raquel, APF Portugal. Thank you, Petra, for your work, and it was great to work with you this year. I wanted to ask you about the individual members, because you say in your reports that 55 individual members applied for SEP and only 12 got placed. Do you know why there's such a big, yes?
So clarification, we had 52 inquiries like that they are interested, but officially 12 of them applied and all of them were placed.
BPHG Germany.
Sebastian, BPHG Germany. I just want to thank you for your work during the mandate. It was very great to work with you, especially that BPHG Germany has some troubles with the student exchange officer, and he was always responsive to me to give me support and help. And so we can't go on with the student exchange program in Germany as smooth as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sebastian.
LPSA Lebanon.
Roland, IPSA Lebanon. It's not a question, it's more of a comment that just want to say that I am proud to be working with you this year on SEC, and it was an amazing year, learning a lot from you this year. You were the perfect candidate for this position.
Thank you.
As we have now reached 7 minutes, I will now close the floor for discussion. Thank you, Petra. And we will now proceed to voting. Motion 35, this 63rd IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the report of the Chairperson of Student Exchange for 2016-2017. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. We will now move on. We will now move on to motion 37. Okay, we'll do him afterwards. Okay. Okay, motion 36. We now have the report of the chairperson of the African Regional Office. We have Arinze online here with us, so we will use the same format as we did for all the other delegates who are online in terms of answering questions. Arinze would like to thank everyone that he has worked with throughout the year. You have all read his report, so he is now available to answer any questions. So with that, I will now open the floor for discussion. If there are no comments or questions, I will now like to close the floor for discussion and we will proceed to voting. Motion 36, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the report of the Chairperson of the African Regional Office for 2016-2017. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. Motion 37, we now have the report of the Chairperson of the Asia Pacific Regional Office. I would like to invite Brian to do his speech.
Kia ora, everyone. My name is Brian and I'm the APRO chairperson from New Zealand. I'm honoured to be here in my first GA in IPSF and in my region as well. So I believe you guys all have a bit of time to go through the report, so I'm just going to highlight a few things out. So first I will start with is I want to show my appreciation to my regional working group. I got William, Henny, Kansa, Ebua and Beam. They've been working hard with me and fight with me this year throughout the whole mandate, so I really wanted to show my appreciation to all their hard work. And I'll just highlight a few things I found it quite useful in my region this year. Maybe other regions can adopt the ideas. So one thing I've introduced this year is LWG CPU one-on-one meeting. So we have arranged more than half of the members, myself, my RRO, their president and the CP, and we have a Skype meeting, all sit down together and then talk about a few things. So that actually worked out really well because we get to understand each members a lot more and we can actually tailor how we can help them, what problems they're facing, and how we can assist them in their regional and in the international level as well. So another thing we have done pretty well externally this year is developing a connection with FAPA, Federation of Asian Pharmaceutical Association. So just last Wednesday, myself, Christopher Roth, and Melody, our new incoming RPO, had a dinner with the FAPA president. So they are the biggest pharmaceutical association within the region. So we are looking forward to collaborate a few projects with them and potentially there's something we can push forward. We had a first patient counseling event with APS Japan in November. That was a great success as well. So we have invited other members from Taiwan and Korea. So that wasn't just a patient counseling event, but also that helps to develop the interaction between members. And that leads to the further inviting each other between those members to their national congress. Asia Pacific Pharmaceutical Symposium. This year was a success, and it's probably one of the best years we have, and it's probably one of the first years we actually make money from that as well. And we have good pharmacy practice education coming up, so we're the first regions going to do this. We have done it back in 2014, but we're resuming the program, and it will be in Malaysia. So that's something other regions can look into if you guys are interested in coming participate and learn from us. And we will have our first trainers of development camp coming up as well. And another thing is the regional working group handbook. That is something we have been trying to do for a while.
Do I have approval from the GA to continue with the speech for 1 minute? Yeah.
I'll keep it short. So the regional working group handbook is something quite useful for other regions as well. So it's a guidelines for all the responsibility, and we'll make sure the handover is consistent. And we are using April Reserve to do a one-off regional project grant to encourage our members to do more projects within the region. And we did a bit of design thanks to my amazing RMPO. And we have 4 members this year. Could have been 6, but wow, that's all right. We did well. So at the end, I really want to thank everyone who has helped me, my regional working group, all the CP who has been involved, and I'm glad to be here. I'm honored to be able to help you guys throughout the last mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I would now like to open the floor for discussion. NUSPS Singapore.
Chong Jing Jian, USPS Singapore. Firstly, I would like to commend Brian for his extremely hard work. Throughout his mandate, he has worked on a lot of projects with us. And you mentioned that for this year, APPS actually made money from the program. So can you share with us a little bit about how this was achieved?
So thanks for the question first, and I'm glad I can work with Singapore for a few things this year as well. For APPS, when I look at the budget back in the time, we were 1 million Thai baht in debt, but then we managed to actually go for me and Beam and her treasurer, actually sit down and go through the budget pretty hard, and we did make some big decisive decision a couple months before the event, and which is changing the hotel. And then they managed to work really hard to get more sponsors. When I first checked with them at the start, they only have 2, and then we end up having 8 or 9. So it's a whole joint work together to actually bring it down. So it is actually, I think, it's the first APPS since a wee while that we're actually making a profit. Yeah.
KNAPS Korea.
Hyunjin, KNAPS Korea. First of all, I warmly appreciate April Chairperson's works this year, being fully supportive to April members from the heart. With active support from you, sending April representative and judge for the competition KNAPS had, KNAPS members could have more active years than ever and deeper understanding in IPSF. Also, the RWG and CP one-on-one meetings in the middle of our mandate was very helpful because we could evaluate the current activities we had, and also we could motivate the executive members in our association. So thank you again, Brian, for doing the best for April this year, and along with the building platform to have fruitful events next year, such as TDC and GPPD. Thank you.
Thank you.
IPSA Malaysia.
Hello, Hilmi, CP of MyPSA Malaysia. So I'm just congratulating Brian on a really job well done. I think what he's doing is really making us CPs feel more closer to April more than ever. And he's been with me all along the way, guiding us for the GPPED and also the TDC. I think the average response of him is around 1 hour max if I ask him a question. So I think I really like him as a chairperson of April. Thank you.
Thank you.
JPSA Jordan.
Bilal, JPSA. I see a lot of interesting initiatives in the report, so thank you for that. I'd just like you to elaborate more on the RRO subcommittee, because we in EMRO don't have such subcommittee. So what's its role?
All right, thanks for the question. For the RRO subcommittee, as far as my understanding, they're going to assign different people and branch out to contact different members. What happens is when you have a big subcommittee, there's always some people kind of drop off. Some people are more initiative. Some people may take more responsibility. But then the main role for them is my RRO assign them to contact different new members. At the same time, they will contact the current members and say, hey, how things going? And that's the main responsibility they have. Did I answer your question? Is what you're asking?
APS Japan, Japan.
Hello, Tsubasa from IPS Japan. I'd like to say thank you for for your kindness or for your help. Last year we hold the first PCE event in our country, and you and April helped us a lot because we don't know how to organize that. And the event was, the event was very successful because a lot of participants were so impressed with the event, and some of them decided to come this World Congress. And also we built a very strong relationships between the Taiwan and Korea. I think it's a very big steps for us. So I and Japan, IPS Japan would like to say thank you to you on April. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tsubasa and APS Japan.
PSUT Thailand.
One more at PSUT Thailand. Me and all the PSUT crew really want to thank you for all your support for the recent APPS and for the staff too. You really help us very much. Thank you, Brian.
All right, thank you.
Are there any further questions or comments? If not, I would like to close the floor for discussion and proceed to voting. Motion 37, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the report of the Chairperson of the Asia Pacific Regional Office for 2016-2017. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion approved unanimously. We will now move on to motion 39, the report of the Chairperson of the European Regional Office. I would like to invite Luca to the stage to present his speech.
Dear General Assembly, apologies, official delegates, participants, observers, ladies and gentlemen. I will make this very short because I trust you've had ample time to read the report, which is on in the Congress folder, as well as all the monthly updates, all the midterm reports. First, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the team, which has worked with me this year. We had in the position of the Secretary Eduardo from Portugal, then RRO Ivan, RPO Dalia, and RMPO Ines. And I've had in the past days a couple of good opportunities to kind of like reflect on the mandate, what was done, what could have still be done, and what else there is room for in the future. And I also looked at my EM1 report at the goals and the action plan. It's like a standard category that you have when when submitting your EM1 report. And I looked at that and I noticed that there was actually very little there. It was not that much. And then by EM2, things were just kind of like adding up. And now when I wrote my EM3 report, the section on the initial goals and action plans it seemed so minute to what else has been achieved in the year. And what I want to try and say by that is that, you know, sometimes you start in a different way than you finish. And in this case, I think we've gone on a path that has shown us even more success. So there's been a lot from both development in terms of the organization of the regional office on the external efforts. There's been a year-long effort to cement our collaboration with WHO Euro, which is going very well now, and we also will be attending, I will be attending the WHO Euro meeting in September, among other things. I also had a number of, I would say, fairly responsible tasks within the executive committee, not least of all the co-managing of the delegation for the World Health Assembly this year, which we've talked about extensively with the delegation also in Geneva, and I think that comparing it to the past years, it's been a huge success in terms of organization and our engagement with external stakeholders. And to wrap it up, I'm really happy with everything that's been done this year by us, not by me. I'm going to say by us, because we have continuously tried to be a team the whole year. Everything was basically intended for everyone. We collaborated on almost all the projects that we undertook, and I took it upon myself to try and direct the team in that, and all of that should be visible from the reports. Last but not least, yesterday was also the European Regional Assembly. As you might know, we have that during the World Congress, during the what is usually a free night, since most regional offices don't have to have an RA at the World Congress. We finished at, I think it was 11:30 p.m., pretty tired, pretty hungry, and I'm also very happy with the developments achieved there. With the developments achieved there, namely we adopted the European addendum to the strategic plan 1720. We also will be releasing a call following the World Congress for a regional assembly to be held in Europe standalone, so we can have ample time to go through all the items and don't have to shorten the agenda itself by not displaying documents, by cutting off annual reports of associations and more. So I will now gladly welcome any questions the assembly might have, and hopefully be able to answer and clarify any issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. I will now open the floor for discussion. EPSA Observer.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't have a number, but I'm Chert and I'm the president of EPSA. And at this point, I would just like to thank Luca for the collaboration we had last year. I think the communication was on a very high level. And yes, I would just like to thank you for everything you did also in respect to collaboration with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chert. Please likewise accept my thanks to you and your team, also your predecessors, for a very fast and efficient communication. Yes, we've had differences, we will have them, but we were able to really talk about all of that stuff, and I'm really glad that we did. So let's keep it up.
Are there any further questions or comments? Hoopsa Hungary.
Daniel, Hoopsa Hungary. Thank you, Luca, for your report. Thank you for your work. It was amazing. Could you elaborate quickly on the European partners that we have, be it professional or student organizations, and what was achieved in your year?
All right. So besides besides EPSA, or let me just mention EPSA as well, because we've done a lot in that area as well. So we're talking about, of course, for those who do not know, the European Pharmaceutical Students Association. We've had, as we usually do, several guest workshops. At least I was there at the Autumn Assembly Annual Congress to deliver guest workshops on PD events. We had a joint campaign on mental health awareness in May. And we are currently also finalizing a joint proposal on the MOU that we are renewing. Please stand by. We are on fast track in discussing these changes, and we hope to bring it before the General Assembly in time. Apart from that, we also were in brief discussions with the European Lawyers Student Association. There was an idea for collaboration, which unfortunately got sidetracked due to some other work in June, July, and also May, such as WHA. The project is not dead yet. We are
Sorry, I'll have to cut you off there. KNPSV Netherlands.
Angela, KNPSV Netherlands. Did you already manage to conclude the memorandum of understanding? And if not, do you think it's feasible to do it within your mandate?
Yes, I think it is. We are pretty close to a final proposal that is ready to go before the Assembly. So, yes, stand by.
Are there any further questions or comments?
May I?
If there are no further questions or comments, I will now close the floor for discussion and proceed to voting. Thank you, Luca. Motion 39, this the 63rd IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the report of the Chairperson of the European Regional Office for 2016-2017. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. We will now move to motion 40, the report of the Chairperson of the Pan-American Regional Office. I would like to invite Jessica onto the stage to present her speech.
All right, I don't have a very long speech. I really just want to thank my regional working group. We had a very difficult mandate with different things that happened with changing the host of parts, but they stuck together and we completed a lot of goals, as you can see in the report. So, and I would like to thank the official delegates last night. We had a very long RA, but we finished everything. So thank you for sticking with me through the whole night. And I'm done. Any questions?
Thank you, Jessica. I would like to open the floor for discussion. APHA ASP United States of America.
Caitlin, APHA ASP, USA. We would just like to sincerely thank you for all of your hard work during this mandate.
Thank you.
IF for Argentina.
Roberto Chaile, IF Argentina. We also like to really thank you for all your hard work, and we know that it's been a hard time getting all the things together in the regional working group, even with some inactive positions that it was really struggling to know and to work like in 2 and 3 portfolios at the time. And it's really difficult because the unresponsiveness of the contact person sometimes really difficult to work, but you did it well at the end. So we really want to support you and give our sincerely thanks.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions or comments? If not, I would like to close the floor for discussion and proceed to voting. Motion 40, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the report of the Chairperson of the Pan-American Regional Office for 2016-2017. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. Because we do not have the chairperson of media and publications, as well as the chairperson of the Eastern Mediterranean Regional Office online with us to present their speech, we've decided to move those to later on in the agenda. And we will now move on to the reports of the IPSF team. Just for clarification, I will now pass the floor to AJ IPSF Executive to explain the motions.
AJ, IPSF Secretary General. I would just like to explain that there are two different motions for the IPSF team reports. The first motion, as you see on the screen, are all the reports that were received and that are in the GA folder right now. The second motion that we will have will be for the 4 reports that were not received from the IPSF team, from the coordinators. So we separated those so that you could vote however accordingly. If you would like to amend either one, for instance, if you read a report and you do not think it should be approved, but you think the rest should be approved, you are allowed to amend or propose an amendment to either one of those motions to pull that report out and have it as a motion separately to discuss and vote on that report, just to let you know the procedure for that. So. Can I get emotion cards to see if everyone understands? Green for yes. Okay, great.
Technical from KNPSV Netherlands.
Sharon, KNPSV Netherlands, can you please make sure the whole motion?
Yes, I just mentioned it to
Perfect,
Lucas.
thank you.
I would now like to open the floor for discussion. If there are no comments or questions, I would like to close the floor for discussion and proceed to voting. Motion 42. This, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the reports of the Policy Co-Coordinators, Parliamentary Coordinator, Development Fund Coordinator, Grants Coordinator, Corporate Relations Coordinator, Interprofessional Coordinator, Association Membership Coordinator, Individual Membership Coordinator, Affiliations Coordinator, Editorial Coordinator, Social Media Coordinator, Pharmacy Education Advocacy Coordinator, Internship Coordinator, Pharmacy Education Research Coordinator, Training Coordinator, Clinical Skills Event Coordinator, Patient Counseling Event Coordinator, Compounding Event Coordinator, Pharmacy Professional Awareness Coordinator, Public Health Activities Coordinator, Advisory Board, and Permanent Officer for the 2016-2017 mandate. Okay, what do I have to do? Oh yeah, all those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. We will now move to motion 43, which are the reports of the IPSF team that we did not receive. I would now like to open the floor for discussion. Lucas, IPSF Executive.
Lucas, Chairperson of Internal Relations. After the merchandise manager was relieved for their functions, his functions, the portfolio was passed to myself, and I am the permanent officer also, and I could work within the portfolio as a permanent officer, so I could make the whole part of the store and well, all the managing part together with the treasurer. However, the report was not submitted. It was included within the permanent officer. Thank you.
I have a point of information from AJ IPSF Executive.
AJ IPSF Secretary General, I would also like to point out based off of Lucas's point, the merchandise manager and the information technology manager were both removed from their positions during the course of the mandate, and it was decided by the IPSF Executive Committee that since we could not find someone suitable to take those places, those tasks were delegated to other members of the executive. For instance, merchandise manager, those tasks were delegated to the permanent officer position. So that is one reason reports were not received for these two, because they were removed. And then for the other two, we just didn't receive a report.
APHA ASP United States of America, followed by KNPSV Netherlands.
Andrew, APHA ASP USA. And we just wanted to comment that we do not feel like we can vote for these because these reports were not received.
KNPSV Netherlands.
Angela, KNPSV Netherlands, the two reports Ellie mentioned about, the two who had been taken over by one of the EXCO members, is something mentioned about the function in their reports? So maybe we can vote on that part of the report or so. And the other two, I agree with the US.
I have confirmation from the executive committee that those executive committee members who did take over those positions actually included those roles and responsibilities in their reports. And they've all been passed, yeah. Okay. We now have NAPS Australia.
Jessica, NAPS Australia. I don't understand how we can accept reports that we don't actually physically have. Like, should the wording not be something different that doesn't actually say we've accepted adopted reports because they aren't actually reports?
Yep, so just clarification from AJ, IPSF Executive, that, I'll explain, that you would vote against in this case. Yeah. LPSA Lebanon.
Thank you, Roland up SA Lebanon. For the rest
Sorry, so 1 second. We have a direct comment from PPSA Poland.
Agata PPSA Poland. So in case we would vote against, what actually happens? Do they send it in another time, or was it the basic procedure? Thank you.
I will get AJ, IPSF Executive, to answer that question.
AJ, IPSF Secretary General, in the case that there were more votes against, and so this motion did not pass, that is a vote of no confidence in the people who held these four positions, and with a vote of no confidence, they would basically be ineligible for any sort of position within IPSF again. That's, yeah.
LPSA Lebanon.
Roland up SA Lebanon. For the other reports that were not delegated to the executive committee, do we have a reason why they were not written?
We do not have a reason from them. ARPEC Algeria.
Hello, Shihab, ARPEC Algeria. I just want to ask Ali Joe, you said that you didn't find any suitable person to continue this work. How did you know that? Was there any open call for this position and you checked out the application and you didn't find any suitable person for that? Thank you.
AJ.
AJ, IPSF Executive. By the time when we had to replace them, it would have been a third round call because we had already gone through several rounds. And at that point, in the official documents, the IPSF Executive Committee appoints someone. When we looked through committee members and all who were on the IPSF team at that point who could have taken over that position with just a few months left, no one was found who was active enough to take over those roles. So.
KNPSV Netherlands.
Angela, KNPSV Netherlands. In that case, I would like to propose an amendment to do two motions, and maybe one motion will have the two reports that have been covered by EXCO, And the other motion will cover the 2 reports that haven't been handed in.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? Seconded by LPSA Lebanon. Technical from IFR Argentina.
Roberto Chaile of Argentina. Then we have to vote first this one, and after that we have to do the amendment?
No, we can do the amendment now,
Okay.
and then we can proceed to voting on them separately.
Thank you.
Okay, clarification from HAIPSF Executive.
IPSf Executive, Roberto, the reason we can do that is because it's being proposed as an amendment, not as a separate motion to do that.
Because the original motion was from the Executive Committee, and obviously owned by the Executive Committee, they have accepted the amendment, and therefore we don't need to vote on the amendment, so we can just proceed to voting. So now that we have the amendment finalized, motion 43 is the reports that were not received by the Executive Committee. So because we already had our discussions prior, we will now move on to voting. Motion 43, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the reports of the Branding and Marketing Coordinator and Public Health Advocacy Coordinator for the 2016-2017 mandate. All those against? Please raise your voting cards high. We have a technical from NAPS Australia. Just in the front here, can you please raise your hand, NAPS Australia?
For Australia, sorry, I'm just confused. Is this the one that reports were done for or weren't done for?
So these are not the reports that the IPSF executive, took over their positions for. These are the ones that we couldn't find replacements for, and reports were not received. Are they still in their position? Apologies, my mistake. These are the positions, these are the IPSF team positions where the people were still in their positions, are still in their positions, but the reports were not received. Can I get green emotion cards that you guys understand me? Okay, thank you. Okay. So, just motion voting cards down. So all those against, please raise your voting cards high. Any abstentions? Motion rejected. Now, this is the motion where the IPSF team position members were removed from the position and these tasks and responsibilities were taken over by the IPSF Executive Committee. So, motion 49, this the 63rd IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the reports of the Merchandise Manager and Information Technology Manager for the 2016-2017 mandate. We have, is it a technical or a direct? We have a comment from KNPSV Netherlands.
Angela, KNPSV Netherlands. I think maybe it's a good idea to have the EXCO, the people who took over the job, the things, to elaborate a little bit on the work done.
So I have a point of do you have a clarification, LPSA Lebanon? Yeah.
Roland LPSA Lebanon. Just to clarify, they will not be writing a report, right? That's why we're asking for...
They were removed from their positions.
But the EXCO, the one that took over?
It's in their executive committee reports.
Oh, okay, okay.
So it's
not separate, it's just...
No, it's not a separate report, just their roles and responsibilities were already included as part of their report.
That's why we're asking for a quick
Yep.
overview. Thank you.
Clarification from JPSA Jordan.
JPSA. So is it still the case that if we rejected this motion, those students won't take positions again in JPSA, right? In IPSF, right?
Technical from, sorry, I'll answer your question first. So yes, just to clarify, the persons that were removed from their position, they will not be able to re-elect for another IPSF position, not the executive committee. Does that clarify? So if you reject this motion, those following people that were removed will not be able to re-elect, nominate themselves for another position. Can I get a motion green cards if everyone understands that? Yep. I have a technical from IF for Argentina.
Roberto Chaile, Argentina. So if the reports of these positions are already included in the reports of the chairperson of the team of the executive committee, why we have to vote otherwise if the report is already approved?
I will have AJ, IPSF executive, to answer that question. It's not a technical, but you can ask that as a separate comment. Clarification from Christopher, observer.
Christopher from PSA Taiwan. To my understood, I know that Kezia from PHAC did a lot of job this year, but can I ask Sabrina that why she didn't?
Sorry, I have to interrupt you because that is not a clarification. That is a comment. Just have a point of information from AJ, IPSF executive.
AJ, IPSF executive, as well, that was on the motion before, and since we've moved on, all comments would have to be directly related to this motion.
Okay. Now we have comments. Technical from AFOP Austria.
Astrid, AFIP Austria, just a small thing. I think there's a word missing in the motion. Like it says, accepts and adopts the report of merchandise manager.
Thank you. NUSPS Singapore.
Chong Jingjian, NUSPS Singapore. Okay, so anyway, I think we are pretty confused about this, so I'm just trying to clarify things a little bit. So our job here is whether we accept and or adopt the reports of the merchandise manager and the information technology manager. So as we all know, we don't have the report, so to me it's pretty obvious whether we should accept and adopt it or not. Yeah, so I'm not sure what we're discussing anymore.
Technical from CPSA Croatia.
Eva, CPSA Croatia, did the 7-minute time pass for this discussion?
Motion is finalized. Yeah. So I would clarification from SASPF South Africa.
Amber from SAPSF South Africa. I just want to, we'll keep going in circles about this the whole time. As far as I understand it, the 2 officers have been removed and the 2 executive members have taken the positions. So therefore, they've taken the roles and responsibilities of those positions and included those reports into their own reports, correct?
Correct.
So therefore, if we vote for it, then we accept the executives for doing their jobs, or not?
Clarification from AJ, IPSF Executive.
AJ, IPSF Executive, I'm just going to make this very simple. We are mandated by the official documents to vote on all of the coordinator position reports. And so this report, this motion is purely a formality, because if this motion is accepted, these 2 people will still not be allowed to hold positions on the IPSF team because they were removed. If you vote against it, it's a vote of no confidence. They will not be allowed. So at this point, it's really a formality. We just really need to vote either way. So it has nothing to do with the IPS executive. Those reports have already been approved. That's fine. This is purely related to the 2 individuals who used to hold these positions. And at this point, regardless of how you vote, it's a formality. They will not be allowed to hold another IPSF team position.
ASEP Algeria.
Me, ASEP Algeria. So I have a question. When did the IT manager, information technology manager, got removed? When?
2.5 months ago, approximately. I will have to put you at the bottom of the list. IF for Argentina.
Roberto Chaile, IF for Argentina. I want to propose to close the discussion.
There's no discussion, I guess, but yes, we can proceed to voting. If there are no further, ambiguities in regards to the actual motion itself. Can I just get a motion card to see that everyone is okay in terms of voting on this motion now? Yes? Okay. So, motion 49. This, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the reports of the Merchandise Manager and Information Technology Manager for the 2016-2017 mandate. All those against? SPSA, is that a voting card high? Okay. Can I please have hands up high, please? Any abstentions? This motion has been rejected. So just a final clarification. Now that this motion has been rejected, this does not mean that the executive committee members who took over the roles and responsibilities of the IT manager and, was it branding or merchandise manager, yeah, they have not been removed. It is not a vote of no confidence in these executive committee members. It just affects those previous members who were removed from their mandate, just as a clarification. Direct comment from ASEPA Algeria. A comment from ASEPA Algeria.
Rami, ASEP Algeria. So I think we spent a whole year without a information technology manager. Is that correct? I think it was too late to remove him. I think we should remove absent coordinators.
Is your question as to whether these members were actually removed from their positions?
No. My question is, I think it's not a question, but I think we are too slow to make changes in the IPSF team because we spent a year without technology manager. Submarine blogs were inactive because of this. We had no website for a year. I think we were too slow for this one. And I think we should think and adapt to make new changes for the next year. Thank you.
Yep, thank you for the comment. Okay, because we are now up to elections, and as we all know, elections are quite a lengthy process, we are scheduled to go to lunch at 12:30. So just want to see whether the GA is okay if we go to lunch now and resume at 1 p.m. and just start the elections from there. So can I get green emotion cards if you're okay with that, and red emotion cards if you would like to continue until 12:30, which may extend into a bit more time. I see majority green, so we will take a break from now until 1:30. I mean, from now until 1 o'clock. So can I please have a proposer to suspend the standing orders, proposed by SAP Denmark, seconded by EMU PSS Cyprus. I will now hand the microphone to AJ for the roll call.
ASEP Algeria, IFR Argentina, and FECOF Costa Rica delegated to IFR Argentina, NAPS Australia, AFAP Austria, SAFPUM Bosnia and Herzegovina, CPSA Croatia, and ARMSA Armenia delegated to CPSA Croatia, EMU PSS Cyprus, CZPSA Czech Republic, SAP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, and KPSS Kuwait delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, and TUPS Estonia delegated to FIPSA Finland, ANEP France, and PANS Nigeria delegated to ANEP France, BPHD Germany and FIF Spain delegated to BPHD Germany, HUPSA Hungary, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IFSA Iran, IPST Iraq, ADAFARM Ivory Coast, and TAPSA Tanzania delegated to ADAFARM Ivory Coast, APS Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, and ZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, OPEF Portugal and FASFA Romania delegated to OPEF Portugal, KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda, GPSA Ghana delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSR Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, Shosafida Slovenia, SIPSF South Africa, SPSF Sudan, Kuvas Qatar delegated to SPSF Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA UK, APHA ASP USA, and CAPSI Canada delegated to APHA ASP USA, ZPSA Zimbabwe, and KIFSA Kenya delegated to ZPSA Zimbabwe.
You can all now go to lunch, but please be back by 12:57-ish so we can start at 1 p.m. sharp. Thank you. And all secret ballots are good to go.
I can't.
Chris. Yeah. Delegate your vote. Yep, sounds good. Can all official delegates please be seated? We're about to begin the roll call.
Can I get a scrutineer to the first table? Thank you. All right. ASEPA Algeria, IFR Argentina, and FECOF Costa Rica delegated to IFR Argentina, NAPSA Australia, AFOP Austria, SAFPUM Bosnia and Herzegovina, CPSA Croatia, ARMSA Armenia delegated to CPSA Croatia, EMU PSS Cyprus, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt and KPSS Kuwait delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, TUPS Estonia delegated to FIPSA Finland, ANEP France, PANS Nigeria delegated to ANEP France, BPHD Germany, FIF Spain delegated to BPHD Germany, HUPSA Hungary, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IFSA Iran, IPST Iraq, ADAFARM Ivory Coast, and TAPSA Tanzania delegated to ADAFARM Ivory Coast. APS Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, INZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, OPEF Portugal, and FASFA Romania delegated to OPEF Portugal, KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda, GPSA Ghana delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSR Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SHISISIFIDA Slovenia, SAPSF South Africa, SPSF Sudan, and KUVIS Qatar delegated to SPSF Sudan. SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA UK, APHA ASP USA, and CAPSI Canada delegated to APHA ASP USA, ZPSA Zimbabwe, and KIFSA Kenya delegated to ZPSA Zimbabwe. "54 full members present and voting. Technical from Lebanon.
Thank you. Roland IPSA Lebanon. Can we just get a from Mike, please, who has to pay him 100 today? Because we haven't gotten that report yet. Thank you.
I will now pass the microphone to Michael, IPSF Executive.
Thank you, Roland. As of today, the only absence so far was ZPSA Zimbabwe in the last session. So you owe me 100 new Taiwanese dollars, but not the second roll call. From yesterday, or not yesterday, the last GA session, I had a lot of notes that I didn't organize very well. Oh, there it is. Looks like RPSA Rwanda, SPSA Slovakia, and CZPSA Czech Republic, I think is what I said. My handwriting's great. Okay, that's it. I'll keep you posted for today. Thank you, Roland.
Can I please have a proposer to resume the standing orders? Proposed by APHA ASP United States of America, seconded by APEF Portugal. We will now be moving on to elections, starting with the confirmation of the president. Before we begin, I would like to pass the chair to AJ, IPSF Executive, to explain the process for elections.
Thank you, Janet. We have had, AJ, IPSF Executive, we have had several questions, and I know we have several people, this is your first GA or your first time as an OD, and so I just wanted to explain some of the process of the elections and why the wording is what it is. So there are several on the agenda that say confirmation. These are all the positions that are only allowed to have one candidate during the first round. For the 5 regional chairperson positions, these are the candidates that were selected by their respective regional assemblies, and these votes are traditionally more or less of a formality, as the candidates are what the region wishes to be their regional chairperson. For president and chairperson of World Congress, the report, the vote also traditionally for a president-elect to a president position, for those of you who are not used to that, don't have it in your association. And then, as here, the chairperson of the World Congress, those votes tend to be as well traditionally more of a formality if their reports are accepted, as accepting reports are seen as a vote of confidence. With that said, you are more than welcome to ask all of these candidates questions and make comments, and as always, the vote is yours to cast as you please, but that is why they are considered confirmations instead of elections, as that would be a second round, who would become more of an election. Also, there were no applications received first round for the position of treasurer, so that one will be opened with second round elections. If any other positions are reopened after this first round of elections, they will be added to the same second round call as treasurer, and that call will be released as soon as possible after completion of first round elections. So as soon as I can get that call typed up and formatted with all the open positions, that will be sent out. The goal is to fill all of the ExCo positions before the conclusion of GA, because as many of you know, if you've been around in IPSF, it is extremely difficult to get quorum in online voting. And so please be aware that second round call will probably be very quick. So if you are interested in an open position, please be aware that you will have to get your application in quickly. Also note that all elections will have a closed discussion. Anything, again, that is said in closed discussion about any candidate must remain there and must not be discussed again in any capacity. So please be aware of that as well. I will now pass the chair back to Janet.
Thank you. In regards to the actual voting procedure, I will go through that once we come to actual voting. So with that said, we will move on to the confirmation of the president. Before I begin, can I just get green emotion cards to make sure that everybody understood what AJ said? Yes? Perfect. Okay. Is that a comment from KNPSV Netherlands? Yes? Okay. Can we please get this microphone?
Angela, KNPSV Netherlands, since I do agree what you say and I totally understand it, but since it's not in the official documents, I would like to propose to change confirmation into elect, since in the standing orders 10.2.2.a reads, for the president position, only the current president-elect will be considered in the first round election, and confirmation, in my opinion, is something else than is stated in the standing order. So either this should be changed or there should be something changed in the standing orders.
AJ, IPSF Executive?
AJ, IPSF Executive, we can change that, and we will change all of the confirmations to say the word election, if that makes you feel better.
In regards to the process for elections, where we would usually show the nomination form, and then we would proceed to speeches and then open discussion, closed discussion and voting, IPHA ASP United States of America proposed at the very beginning of today's session that you have all had time to read the nomination forms prior to today's session. So we will not be doing that because that motion passed. We will not be reading the nomination forms. So for all the elections, we will just be going from the speeches onwards. So with that, I would like to invite Mr. Roth onto the stage to present his speech for 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, a little bit of apologize for my voice. As you can imagine, working on executive tour in Congress can be quite challenging, and I'm not used to AC. Ladies and gentlemen, dear General Assembly, official delegates, I'm standing here today providing motivation once again for the mandate as president, since I have been serving this year as president-elect. And I'm also going to outroll a little bit of the plans for the upcoming mandate. The mandate itself, to sum it up in 3 words, I would gather sustainability, equality, and also opportunities. Talking about the fact that IPSf is going to celebrate its 70th anniversary in 2019, sustainability is all over public health agenda. WHO just released the 30 Sustainable Development Goals, but also for us as a federation, we sometimes unfortunately suffer moving backwards, forwards, and again backwards and forwards in positions and the team. An evaluation and also monitoring of the team is necessary for us to set up a team structure and also a structure of the federation to move even more stronger forward, providing opportunities, as I have been saying, to our members. That is one of the reasons which on a long-term planning also being discussed this year at the first meeting with our current president, Israel, we decided to set up the strategic plan in this mandate and next mandate going on with evaluating and screening the whole team structure in IPSf, starting with the portfolios of public health and also the external portfolios where we have been seeing the main changes in the past year. This will be a process for several years, so we start in the upcoming mandate and then moving forward with implementations and the other portfolios later. Also, IPSf team trainings is a really important part. I'm an IPSf trainer, and I see the necessity for our members working on the team to be aware of how to properly do that, so we avoid of them leaving the federation or even getting replaced. Frequent contact with the president-elect and all portfolios is important, so I would love to schedule frequent meetings with each of the chairpersons to get a briefing, but also to see how to better support them and giving them guidance. On an external side, we're currently, unfortunately, neglecting a little bit our pharmaceutical science members. So I want to investigate in that further and also collaborate with the FIP Board of Pharmaceutical Science, since they have been approaching us in the past. Maintaining current partners and also looking for new partners will be a specific point focused on the external part, same as representation, and setting the key performance indicators after the strategic plan has been passed.
I would like to assess the GA as to whether they would like to extend the speech limit to 1 extra minute. Yes? Okay. Because the official documents does clearly say a limit up to 3 minutes, we will not be able to extend the time limit on the speech. So with that, I will now open the floor for discussion. Technical from JPSA Jordan.
Bilal, JPSA. Can't we do a procedural motion to extend the time of the presentation?
It's a little complicated. There is no procedural motion for extending time limits for speeches. What we would have to do is to propose a motion to suspend that part of the standing orders. So what I would recommend as a parliamentarian is to, whatever questions you have, you're more than welcome to ask them during open discussion instead. And this way we can make sure that we stay on track. The time is there for a reason as well. So I will now open the floor for discussion. IPSf Egypt.
Arig IPSf Egypt. Thank you for your speech, Chris. I want to ask about the IPSF transition. How will you apply it?
Thank you very much for your question. Can I just ask for clarification, which transition, from IPSF to FIP, or the comment in the plan, or maybe you can clarify that?
IPSF FIP transition in the plan.
Thank you very much. So with that point, what we want to mention and what we want to continue is actually sort of the alumni project, which we already started. So individuals up to 4 years after graduation are enlightened to be a member of the federation. However, since we want to equip our members to also continue in professional associations, working and giving an impact, we want to discuss specifically with FIP how we can ensure that this is moved forward. We're already offering the student and young graduate packages, for example, for the World Congress of FIP or the Pharmaceutical Science World Congress, but also we need to investigate in further possibilities, for example, thinking about mentorships, specific leaflets, how the transition process is done. Because FIP in their whole structure, you can get quite lost as a young graduate if you want to enter them. And we want to ensure a smooth and continuous transition from IPSF to the professional side later, that we can have an impact on our profession.
Did APEF Portugal still need a clarification? It's okay. Okay, Šesisa for Slovenia.
Andrea Šesisa for Slovenia. Since I'm quite a new CP, I'd like to know about your activity as president-elect, besides the events, the representation of IPSF, the events stated in your report. Thank you.
Asking for clarification, you mean just during my mandate or further involvement in IPSF in my past?
In your mandate as president-elect.
You mean add-on to what has been written in there?
Yes, besides the representation of the IPSF on the events that you stated in the report.
So I think I'm summing up once more the activities beside representation in my mandate, which I also stated in the report, has been one of the core focuses since delegated that task was out of experience, the collaboration with KNAP South Korea on the FIP Student and Young Graduates package. I've been working closely with the policy committee in regards to preparations of the WHO Executive Board meeting, giving input to the President, and working on the document for our biannual plan with FIP, the International Pharmaceutical Federation. Unfortunately, I was not able to be in person at the World Health Assembly. However, I have been giving strong input to the President, being on spot, and we have been discussing further collaborations with partners approaching us, for example, the Alliance for Health Promotion, Fight the Fakes, or IFPMA, the International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacture and Association.
I will have to stop you there. BPHD Germany.
Sebastian, BPHD Germany. On behalf of BPHD, we strongly support Chris as president. He did a great job in every position he has in the past. Also the chairperson of Euro and president-elect. And he was always responsible. He had a great overview about every activity from IPSF and the working process. He gave a lot of support for everyone who asked him for whatever the issue is, and I'm definitely, we definitely strongly support him for this position, and we would be proud to see him as president.
Thank you.
PPSA Poland.
Agata, PPSA Poland. So first, I want to thank you for your motivation speech. And now I just want to ask about external events, because you mentioned it both in your application, I guess, and in your speech. So do you have any plans on external events that you really want to attend in the next mandate? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, Agata. So a point which will also be related to that is the yearly planning to see all the availability of the secretariat members, also the incoming president-elect. I have around 44 weekdays I can take off at work. So as I have been mentioning last year, I postponed my PhD application for a year specifically to work in IPSF. So I want to be at WHA. I want to be at the FIP World Congress for sure, also the FIP section meetings, because I'm serving as president, or if I'm getting confirmed as president elected, I'm going to serve as the official vocal contact to them. Also, I currently plan to attend the meeting, I think it's IFPMA on the 21st of August in Geneva. So these are just a few to mention. For sure, I'm going to be at the World Congress next year. This is already blocked in combination with the executive meetings.
LPSA Lebanon.
Thank you for, I apologize. Thank you for your application, Chris. It was great. I just want to ask you, since IPSF is lacking proper fundraising, can you please elaborate on the grant application and opportunities, please?
Thank you very much. So yes, this year we started for the first time to apply for a European Union grant, the Erasmus Plus grant. So we want to further investigate in that. However, some of the applications, not all of them, require tax exemption status. So this has been something I have been helping the treasurer due to my physical good location close to the Netherlands to hand in the documents. There are tiny things missing at the moment, but we want to further investigate in what are the requirements, what are actually the grants we're eligible to apply for, but also on the other side, we have been struggling with getting general sponsorship. So I want to see how it goes with project-focused sponsorships for specific health campaigns and other things we're doing, because other associations, such as, for example, the American Pharmacist Association or also my national association, we're doing that already, and the response rate from companies and associations is usually quite bigger and better, same as using the Friends of a Federation as support membership.
As we have reached 7 minutes, I will now close the floor for discussion, and we will now proceed to close discussion. PPSA Poland.
Agata, PPSA Poland. So I just wanted to ask, as I see that we have a lot of names on speaker list, if we can maybe have a bit longer discussion for about approximately additional 7 minutes.
So you would like to extend the
Yeah.
time limits of debate for an additional 7 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, because this is a procedural motion, I just need a seconder, seconded by CPSA Croatia. Just to confirm, it's for this particular election. Is that correct? This particular one, yeah. Okay, all those against? Because there are a majority for, this motion is passed. So we will have an additional 7 minutes. Okay, so I will reopen the floor for discussion, and we have KNPSV Netherlands.
Angela, KNPSV Netherlands, since it sometimes happened that both EXCO and team members step back from their position, how are you planning on avoiding this? And if something occurs, how are you planning to deal with it?
Thank you very much for your question, Angela. This is actually a really saddening point, both on professional level, but also on personal level, because we're usually quite close to each other, seeing people struggling, usually losing motivation somewhere in the middle of the mandate. So points in my draft which I want to address that is at the beginning the general IPSF team trainings to ensure that people have a proper knowledge, but also know that they at any time can come towards us. So what we have been seeing in the past years serving on the executive was unfortunately that people didn't communicate to us that they're in a hard time. So I want to have these personal meetings from time to time with the people, also maintaining personal contact to ensure that we actually can evaluate and see when people are struggling, to give them the support they need, but also give them the skills by trainings how to address that problems to solve it for themselves. I want to avoid as much as possible to suspend somebody, but in the end,
Sorry,
this
I'll
hard
have to stop
decision
you there.
sometimes needs to be taken.
NAPS Australia.
Hi, David, NAPS Australia. I'd like to thank you for your speech and thanks for your nomination. You have the support of Australia for running for president as well. And I'd just like to make a motion to close the discussion.
Thank you.
Seconded by LPSA Lebanon. All those against? Motion passed. We will now close the floor for discussion and proceed to close discussion. Can I please have the live stream turned off, all laptops and mobile phones to be turned off, and all doors guarded? Can I have confirmation of the live stream? Thanks. I would like to congratulate Mr. Christian Roth as the new IPSF president for 2017-2018.
I honestly would like to thank the General Assembly for the continuous trust you have been putting in me. I'm doing my best. I promise you to continue the work we have been doing and make you proud and keep all my promises. So you're always welcome to approach me at any time.
Before we move on to the election of the president-elect, can I please remind all official delegates that we did have one vote that said for. So please, 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 just a reminder that the options are actually up there. So Christian, or the name of the nominee, or reopen. No yes, no no, no for, no against, no abstention, no nothing. Okay? So now we will move on to the election of the president-elect. We have one candidate for this position, Ms. Petra Orlich. So I would like to invite Ms. Petra onto the stage to provide her speech.
Dear official delegates, dear executive committee, dear all the members watching us over the live stream, I'm really honored that I can be here presenting myself as a candidate for the president-elect position in the next mandate. As you may know, I have been IPSF chairperson of Student Exchange in the past mandate, and so pretty much all of you know that I've been active, and I've been active for 4 years in CPSA Croatia and IPSF. To get to my plans, I wrote in my nomination, I have written it for the 2 years because I believe that 2 years is the ample time to get longer projects done. So what I would like to work on are both internal and external parts of our department. So it's important to go to our members as internal, so to teach them to develop their skills to get more to IPSF from members, but also to teach our team to get more to our members from the team. Also, we need to work on the outcomes. So we got a lot of projects to do, so we need to evaluate what we are doing to see where we have weak points and to make those weak points better. Besides that, I don't want to be longer than I can. So I want to work on external part, especially on the grants in the first year, because we lack finances to operating the federation. So this is a great opportunity for President-elect that is not holding the portfolio to be focused on the grant applications. What else? I thank you for considering my application, and I'm open for the questions.
Thank you, Petra. I would now like to open the floor for discussion. CPSA Croatia.
Diana, CPSA Croatia. First of all, thank you for your nomination. I would like to ask you, what is the best way that you can assist the president in the next year? Thank you.
Okay, there are several ways that can be done. So we need to divide our works so we work more efficiently, meaning, for example, in the representation, not to go to the same events, but to divide ourselves so we can get more. Also, when we talk about meetings, maybe we can do some meetings separately. So as I have seen in Chris's nomination, he's also willing to do meetings with the teams. So probably divide ourselves depending on our what we are better in, so we can assess better how teams are doing. So I think there are several ways we can work together.
PPSA Poland.
Agata, PPSA Poland. So you mentioned that you want
Sorry,
to
my
focus...
apologies. There was another speaker before you from CPSA Croatia. My apologies. CPSA Croatia.
Eva, CPSA Croatia. First of all, thank you for your application and for your work so far. I just wanted to ask you, how available will you be for this position?
Okay, so as I have said in my nomination form, I'm already working. So I have my job set, and I have talked with my bosses already that I'm applying for the position. Yearly, I have 30 days off. So this means I can be present, and I can divide it depending on the work I need to do and to represent the federation depending on the EM1, EM2, also the Congress. So I'm planning to go to the Congress. I'm planning to go to Rwanda. So I think that I can cover everything with those 3 days.
PPSA Poland.
Agata, PPSA Poland. So first, thank you for your application and for your speech. And now you mentioned that you want to focus on grants applications. So I just want to ask if you have any specific grants in your mind already. Thank you.
So as we are an international organization, we are eligible to apply for grants in several continents, meaning that we can apply both for European grants, like operational grants and project grants, but we can also apply for grants in the US, for example. As you could have read in Mike's report, we have already registered for the page in US where we get the information about the grants so we can see what we are eligible for.
Hupsa Hungary.
Daniel, Hupsa Hungary. Thank you very much for your application. I really look forward, if elected, to see your work. Just as much as Sagat, I would like to ask for the grants, but the other part of the grants, you mentioned you want to work with externals. How would the organizational part look like in this sense? Would you need people from the externals, or are you thinking about a position directly in it? Thank you.
Okay, so this year I also collaborated with external on the graduate placement project. So I would like to sit with the person that would be elected as a chairperson of external to see his or her view, depending. So I would like to assist where is necessary, because it's not my portfolio to work on grants, but I think that I have abilities to work on it. So it's important to see also the other view, like what others are thinking about it.
LPSA Lebanon.
Thank you, Petra, so much for your application. I just wanted to know exactly how would you like, if you can elaborate on the WHO and FIP, how would you like to extend that with IPSF?
Okay, as the president-elect, you can work a lot on policy. so we can work also on the policy for WHO and WHO EB in January. So I'm planning to attend WHO EB and help there with the organization, get the contacts, and be more involved with it. About the FIP, we need to work more with different sections of FIP to get to know with them like what they are doing, and then like where we can assist and what we can bring to our members from FIP.
Shisifa de Slovenia.
Masha Shisifa de Slovenia, my question was already asked, so I give my word to Anže.
Thank you. Andrzej Szyszydowy, Slovenia. I'd like to ask you, which qualities are you looking to acquire during the mandate of President-elect? Thank you.
Can you please elaborate?
Which areas of your expertise do you think you lack to be a better president next year?
Okay, so the first thing is that I already know a lot about our portfolios, but you always miss a little touch of what is in every portfolio. So I would like to work on it, to communicate with people, to get those little things where I can help as a president. And also I want to work on my external thing, so like external representation, because I have some experience, but I still need to learn a lot. So I hope that the president would guide me how to properly represent us as a president next year.
APEF Portugal.
Raquel, APEF Portugal. In your nomination form, you talk about KPIs. Can you elaborate a little more on that? Which KPIs do you plan to implement, and if they are only for chairpersons or more directed to the portfolio itself, portfolios?
So, as I currently imagine, we would like to have KPIs till the end of this mandate, so we can start working on it afterwards. I would like to be in contact with any chairperson to see what is measurable in each portfolio, because I can say for student exchange for now, we can have like a part of number of application. We can go about the quality of practice. So those can be a measurable like communication, how responsive are CPs, how many reports have been sent. Those are all like things that can be measured and can show your activity as well like our activity.
Since we have reached 7 minutes of discussion, I would now like to close the floor for discussion. Petra. We will now proceed to close discussion. Can I please have a scrutineer escort the candidate outside? Can we please have live stream turned off? into the GA room. All laptops and mobile phones can be turned back on and all doors unlocked. I would like to congratulate Ms. Petra Orlic as becoming the new president-elect for 2017-2018.
Guys, thank you very much for the opportunity, and see you in Argentina.
So now this is more of a formality. So we decided we might as well do it directly after the president-elect elections. So motion 44 reads, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, co-ops Ms. Petra Orlic, President-elect 2017-2018, to the IPSF Executive Committee 2017-2018. I will now open the floor for discussion. Because there are no comments or questions, I will now close the floor for discussion and we will proceed to voting card voting. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. Next, we have the election of the Chairperson of External Relations. We have received one nomination from Mr. Daniel Vertisi. Would you like, yes, technical. Can we please get a microphone to Hupsa Hungary? The comment.
Daniel Hupsa Hungary. since I'm the only official delegate from Hungary, I would like to now pass on my vote to PPSA Poland. May I? Thank you.
Sorry, can I get one of the scrutineers to collect the voting? We'll get the scrutineer to do it. To PPSA Poland. I would like to now invite Mr. Daniel Vertesi onto the stage to present his speech.
Dear the participants, dear ODs, and very dear EXCO. My name is Daniel Vertesi, and allow me to present my motivation to become the External Relations Chairperson for the IPSF. For those who you don't know me, I always have been the externals guy. From the point that I joined IPSF as Corporate Relations Committee member, eventually as I went further on as coordinator, and also in my local association, since I was the externals vice president and eventually president there. I've always had the ideas and the motivation to become an externals, and it has become not only my task and duty, but my hobby to talk to people and arrange meetings. My plans for this mandate would be mainly to contact sponsor companies. I believe I have the contacts and experience as well to do so. Eventually, I would want to, if elected, have interaction with partner organizations such as UN, WHO, and FIP. I plan to travel as much as possible. Here, I have to note, and please be aware, that I have to be honest, I will be doing a master's program in Stockholm next year, and I will have things to do, but eventually I will try to travel as much as possible, and if not possible, I will discuss with other EXCO members or with coordinators to do as much as possible to represent IPSF. Eventually, I want to also get in touch with IFMSA, IAIDS, and other partner organizations to make WHSA blossom again and to keep it on. I definitely want to have productive talks with EPSA members to see our MOUs and so on. I have some ideas which I would love to implement. Everything you can read in my nomination form. One is an alumni mentorship program, which would mean contacting alumni members from the externals department to interact with my committee members and thus have talks with their organizations or companies. And so one more which I like to implement is a case study competition, which I would be glad to give more details on. So to wrap it up, I'm really motivated, and I think I have the experience and the skills to do this, and hope to have your support in my nomination. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. I would now like to open the floor for discussion. KNPSV Netherlands.
Angela, KNPSV Netherlands. Since you pointed out the possible problem of your study, your master in Stockholm, you mentioned you will discuss it with the rest of the EXCO, but what exactly will you discuss? Because when it turns out you cannot combine it, what will be the plan then?
Thank you very much for your question. What I said and what I meant is that I will travel as much as possible. So I will be definitely traveling to all the events I can. So EPSA events, World Congress definitely, WHA and so on. And I'll try to travel even more for meetings and all over Europe or even outside of the continent. What I just want you to be aware of is that I'm not going to have a year off nor nothing. I will have my master's studies while I'm doing this in Stockholm. But I will travel still, and if I am not able to travel to any event, that's when I will discuss with available EXCO members as to travel there. I hope that clarifies.
LPSA Lebanon.
Thank you, Daniel, for your presentation. I want to ask you, during the summer, do you still have masters as well? Or would you be done with that and be able to go to the World Congress?
Thank you. It's a 2 years master's, but of course, in the summer, there's no classes. So, of course, I will be, I'm definitely planning on going to the World Congress. Thank you.
PPSA Poland.
Agata, PPSA Poland. So first, I want to thank you for your application and your speech. And can you please elaborate a little bit more about the case study competition that you mentioned in your application? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it's an idea that I have in mind, and I would like to definitely discuss with the professional development chairperson and so on with the rest of the EXCO. I kind of think that we should have, just as much as we have a patient counseling event, a competition or an event where people can try themselves in case studies, which they do a lot in business schools and so on. And I think it would be very beneficial for our members and the participants of World Congress to be, if they want, able to participate in these kind of things.
PSA Taiwan.
Celeste from PSA Taiwan. As we know that you have to communicate with so many organizations, so I'm just wondering how will you allocate your communication with your members and how will you deal with them? Thank you.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
How will you allocate your communication to those organizations with your members?
The communication with the organizations? With my team members, the corporate relations committee members.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. I have in mind, of course, making a Facebook group and email group or Gmail group to have constant coordination with them. I know that it has been a problem in the last couple of years. Since I've been corporate relations coordinator myself, I know that the main task of such a position and the external chairperson is to have motivated members. Now I believe motivating them is giving them work. Also as president, that I have seen that giving always job and tasks to them and constant feedback, that's a good way of motivating people. And I'm really planning of having a very interactive committee in the next mandate.
Christopher Chua, Observer.
Christopher Chua from PSA Taiwan. As you mentioned on the nomination form, you said that you probably will have the good connection with WHO and UN. What's your plan for that?
Thank you. First of all, I would really I'm looking forward to following up with the past Exco to see where our standings are. Eventually, I plan to travel to Geneva, if possible, in September, and definitely for the WHA, and have productive talks there with WHO and possibly UN. And I hope to achieve as much as possible in order to have internships and even further collaboration with them in partnership-wise.
CPSA Croatia.
Diana, CPSA Croatia. First of all, thank you for your application. I would like to ask you, in what way do you plan to involve your department in the development of GPP? Thank you.
GPP in the sense?
Graduate Placement Program. Thank you.
Yes. I believe it's a very, very interesting and very motivating thing for our students to have such a possibility. And I really hope to achieve good talks with sponsors, and I even believe that it's a very good way to introduce ourselves with potential sponsors. I mean, pharmaceutical companies or even WHO and UN, saying that we have such a program and we want to send people from all over the world to work for them, and they will have the best of the best from the pharmaceutical students.
We have now reached 7 minutes of discussion. So I will now close the floor for discussion, and we will now proceed to close discussion. I have NAPSA Australia. Can I please have a scrutineer pass the microphone to?
Jessica, NAPSA Australia would like to do procedural motion to extend it by 14 minutes.
Can we start off with 7 minutes and then, if necessary, extend it for another 7 minutes? Do I have green NAPSA Australia? Do you agree? Yeah. Okay. So we have a proposer by NAPSA Australia, seconded by NZAPSO New Zealand. All those against? Okay, motion passed. So we will add on another 7 minutes to open discussion. We have APEF Portugal.
IPSf Portugal, thank you for your presentation. Like Jakub said in his presentation of his report, external portfolio already has an overwhelming work. How do you plan to do the previous work that still has to be implemented, and still has to work out, do your masters, and still implement at least 2 new projects?
Thank you for your question. As you said, it's extensive work, but on one side, we have had productive talks already with Jakub, talking about the possibility of having, as he said, this reform, so having more people, skilled and already experienced people like himself and other people who I want to contact, alumni from the externals department, to join in and help with the work. I believe this is a thing that all of us we should do. Still, I see your point. I am going to do my best, and as the ones who might know me a bit better, I have always done several times at the same time. For example, presidency as well in the local association was a lot of work, but I still had time for my studies. I never stopped studies because of the work that I have been doing in students' organizations.
ANAP France.
Antonin France, so Daniel, thanks for your application. My question is related to the external relation portfolio. So I really think that IPSF should develop more relations based on the press and on the media. So are you willing to communicate and work with the future chairperson in charge of media and publication, and maybe expand the external department portfolio and change the domestic rules to make sure that this question is not a burden for the department, but with more coordinators or more people to help you on this? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. It is a very good one because, as we heard many times, the media and publication and, in this case, in this sense, the appearance of IPSF is crucial for our department. I plan to definitely work with a media and publications chairperson, and as we heard from the previous one in her report, we have plenty of material. I don't think we have to work on making more. It's just we have to utilize it and have the good channels to reach the people. So I also plan to have people assigned to this task from my team, but even more, I'm thinking about just thinking it through and having the good channels.
de Slovenia.
Andrzej of the Slovenia. In your nomination, you stated that you managed to stabilize the financial status of your association, but according to the EPSA annual congress in Kranjska Gora, you still have to pay 3,000 euros to EPSA and spend another 3,000 on EPSA-related projects. Would you care to elaborate on it?
Yes, thank you for your question. This is completely true, and but I still can say that our association is financially stable. That's the whole EPSA Congress was what was about for us, to have a financial stability and a good understanding with EPSA to see how could we still be stable while paying back our debts. I can say that I'm very proud of my team back home that are doing a great job, and I trust that they will do a great job in keeping on the funds that have been provided until now by sponsors, which I got or we got when I was external relations chair or vice president there. Thank you.
Yeah, just a reminder that all questions should be relevant to the current election and to just the position within IPSF. I've got EPSA Observer.
Patrick, EPSA Vice President of External Relations. In your applications, you're stating that you want to work on a stable connection with EPSA. How do you envision the IPSF EPSA collaboration and your role in it, besides the revision of the MOU?
Thank you for your question. First of all, I believe that EPSA and IPSF should not be against each other in any way. I know that it has been an issue in the past few years that we had problems deciding which or how should we promote ourselves to the students, which are the same in the European region. I think that this shouldn't be a problem, and we should definitely think and talk about having events or promoting ourselves even more together and as an alliance more than two completely different scope. But since we have the same scope, we have to try and as much as possible work together on the things, on the events and promotion. Thank you.
NAPSA Australia.
Jessica, NAPSA Australia. I'm just wondering if you're hoping by having this role that it will increase your relationship with EPSA, or whether it's totally different to you, like your opinion.
Could you repeat the question, sorry?
I'm just wondering whether you're hoping having the externals position, if you do get voted in, whether that personally for you is like you're hoping that that will help you get a better relationship with EPSA, or whether it's a complete separate issue to you.
For myself or my association?
Like both. So yeah, your association.
No, nothing to do with it. I completely separate these two. I just, since being European, I think that it's important for us and IPSF to promote as much possible the collaboration with EPSA. Nothing to do. Thank you.
We have now reached a conclusion of 7 minutes add-on time, so I will now close the floor for discussion. NAPS Australia.
David Naps, Australia. I'd like to have a procedural motion to extend the time a little further, maybe another 5 to 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
7 minutes sounds good to me.
Seconded by LPSA Lebanon. All those against? Motion passed. So we will now continue with the person in the back. IPST Iraq.
Person in the back, IPST Iraq. Thank you for your presentation, but I would like to ask, what is your involvement in the past 2 years with the IPSF?
Thank you very much for your question. I would like to elaborate on this then. 2 years ago, or 3 years ago in Portugal, I have been elected corporate relations coordinator, and 1 year later, I had the prospect of becoming chairperson. Now, at that moment was the moment when my association, local association, had some financial difficulties and had the risk of being completely razed. So I decided to, instead of going for chairpersonship in IPSF, to go back to my local association, be externals, and afterwards president there. And now that I see it's stable enough, now I believe it's time for me to step back into IPSF. But I can assure you that I haven't lost contact with anyone in IPSF, and I have been following up with the different projects going around. Thank you.
CPSA Croatia.
Eva, CPSA Croatia. I would like to go back to the GPP program. As it is internship, I don't see how relevant is it to find sponsors for this project, but I would like to ask you, would you be willing, as a chairperson of external, help with this program in searching for the internships with your contacts?
I definitely would be. Should I elaborate more? Okay. Since I have been a year of my studies in France, working for Sanofi, for example, I know for sure that there are possibilities for pharmaceutical students. And not last, I have been also working for a consultancy office, and I see that there is also a place for pharmaceutical students. So I believe that with using these contacts and contacts from across the board or externals, alumni, I believe that it will be possible to have more possibilities for internships, and I do see it a possibility for the sponsors to be interested in this, and thus in IPSF. From my past experience, I'm talking.
BPSA United Kingdom.
Stephen, BPSA UK. Thank you for your application. It definitely shows your ability to grow an association on full display. How can you ensure that IPSF obtains some amount of improved finances next mandate when you hold the position? Do you have any special experience in relation to this?
Did I understand correctly the financial development of the federation?
Correct.
Yes. I do have experience. As I was saying, when I took over as externals, we had financial difficulties in my local association. I strongly believe that an association or a federation relies on sponsors, and financial stability can be achieved definitely by getting as much as possible. I have done this for 2 years now in my local association, and I really look forward to doing this internationally as well. And I believe it's possible.
APF Portugal.
Manuel Talhinhas, APF Portugal.
As you say in your application, you have strong connections with Argentina. And you believe that this can be good to set new partners and sponsors in the World Congress. Do you think that it's an ethical procedure to set new sponsors using your personal contacts to achieve it?
Is it good? What did you ask?
I'm asking that if you feel comfortable to use your personal contacts in Argentina to achieve and to have new sponsors to the federation.
I do feel comfortable. Just to elaborate a bit, I was born in Argentina. My father still works in Argentina, so with the pharmaceutical industry there. And though it's a hard thing because the market in Argentina is quite risky, but I do believe that they will be interested. We will find interested sponsors, and I feel comfortable because I don't think it's a bad thing to sponsor an organization like this. It's a good thing for them, internationally speaking. So I do believe it's good.
My PSA Malaysia.
Cyun from IPSf Malaysia. In your nomination form, you mentioned that you are planning to send Corporate Relations Committee for sponsorship talks all over the world. Could you elaborate more on this?
Yes, thank you very much for your question. I believe that for us to grow as much as possible, it doesn't mean that only me or my coordinators or other exco can have talks. I have done this before again to send off committee members to partnership talks, and of course with appropriate coaching, but I believe they can achieve good things, and that means that we widen our perspective of sponsorship fundraising. So my plan is to pair up external alumni with every committee member, so as to coach them for different sponsorship talks, which I hope it will be a very fruitful possibility.
We have a direct comment from my PSA Malaysia.
Cyun from IPSf Malaysia. So do you have any plan for the expenses for all this Corporate Relations Committee?
That is a new comment, so I will have to add you to the speakers list. NUSPS Singapore.
Chong Jingjian, NUSPS Singapore. So I read your application and everything. So it seems to be you seem to propose a lot of like communication with like EPSA and UN. But do you have any plans for the Asia Pacific region? And as you know, like for us, April, we have been working very hard, and we've recently established like connections with the FAPA. So do you have any plans for our region? Because there doesn't seem to be mentioned in your proposal.
Yes, thank you very much. I do have plans, and well, I do have plans to work with all the regional offices through the regional chairpersons, and I believe that, for example, for the Asia Pacific, it's a very important starting point to have good committee members here as well, and from all over the world. That's the main idea that I have, that to expand as much as possible the committee and to have skilled people, talented people for all over the world, possibly, to have talks. And of course, I see the other side, that it might be the difficulty to get to different places all over the world. It might be expensive, but mainly I'm talking about the cities that people live in, so that as to minimize expenses, or if not, then having a discussion about how should it be paid and how much are they willing to pay of their own. Thank you.
We have now finished 7 minutes of discussion time, so I will now close the floor for discussion, and we will now proceed to close discussion. Thank you, Daniel. We have a comment from APHA ASP United States of America.
Caitlin, APHA ASP USA. Can I propose a motion to finish the list?
Do I have a seconder? That is to extend the time limits of debate. Yep, but yeah, to finish up, yep. So that would be, say, another 4 minutes-ish, 4 minutes-ish. Do we have a seconder for that motion? BPSA United Kingdom. All those against? Motion passed. LPSA Lebanon, removed. APHA ASP United States of America.
Andrew, APHA ASP USA. So we've spoken a lot about the relationship with EPSA. We just wanted to know if you feel like you would invest as much time with relationships with other regional partners, such as FESPOW and FAPA.
Thank you. Just as much as I talked about the APRO region, I definitely am looking forward to work with other regions as well. But as I was saying, with Europe, just as much I'm talking about with EPSA, working through the Euro chairperson, but we're working with the other regional chairpersons for PARO and the other regions as well. Thank you.
KNAPS Korea.
Kyungmin from the Kane of South Korea. Actually, I was wondering about the collaboration with the other regional office, as other Singapore's or the forward speakers said. So I want to ask one more time for this one. So do you have anything external organization which can collaborate with the IPSF, which is in the Asia or America or Africa? Do you have?
Organization in the way company or organization as a partner organization, other NGOs?
NGOs, please.
Well, as far as I know, we have just as many partners outside of Europe as inside, so or in other regions. So I definitely look forward to work out as much as possible collaborations with NGOs all over the world. I was talking about Europe, just to be clarified this, only as an example. As EPSA, we have quite strongly there, but just as much I'm planning to work with everyone all over the world. Thank you.
MyPSA Malaysia.
Cyun from IPSf Malaysia. It's the same question as just now. So for the sponsorship talks, do you have any financial plan? Are you going to use the IPSF money?
Thank you. That's just what I was trying to answer in the previous comment. As I was saying, I would look forward as much as possible to minimize these expenses by finding people in the proximity or in that city of where it is. Eventually, if I have committee member in Malaysia, for example, most likely he will be talking with Malaysian companies. If Australian. So I'm planning on minimizing. If needed, if really needed, then yes, I would be thinking about using my own executive budget to fund those expenses if it's very important talks. I definitely would.
As we have reached the end of the speakers list, I will now close the floor for discussion, and we will now proceed to close discussion. Thank you, Daniel. Can we please have a scrutineer escort the nominee outside of the room? Can we please have the live stream turned off, all laptops and mobile phones to be turned off, and all doors Can I get confirmation that the live stream has been turned on? Yep. On behalf of IPSF, we would like to thank you for your application. However, unfortunately, you have not been successfully elected into the position for this year. I would like to encourage you to reflect upon the questions asked during the discussion and encourage you to apply again in the future. Thank you. As it states in the official documents that the candidate may delegate his vote if he is the only official delegate from his association, only for the duration of the voting procedure. Can we please get a scrutineer collect HUPSA Hungary's voting card from PPSA Poland and return it to HUPSA Hungary? You do not want your voting card? Okay. Stays with, I guess it stays with PPSA Poland. Yeah. Until roll call, yeah. Your vote can only be delegated, sorry, to HUPSA Hungary. Your vote can only be delegated for the duration of the voting procedure. So if you would wish to not vote for the remainder of the GA session, we will need to collect your vote back. So can we please have the vote for HUPSA Hungary return to HUPSA Hungary? We will now return to the reports of the IPSF Executive Committee. We have Ms. Mariam Hassin online with us. So we will now connect with her and she will present a speech. We will go to a tea break immediately following the report. So we have Miss Miriam Hassine online with us now. She would like to thank everyone that she worked with throughout the year, and she is now ready to answer any questions. So with that, I would like to open the floor for discussion. If there are no comments or questions, I would now like to close the floor for discussion and proceed to voting. All those against, please raise your voting cards high. Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. Can I please have a proposer to suspend the standing orders proposed by SOP Denmark, seconded by APF Portugal? All those against? Motion passed unanimously. We will now have the roll call by AJ. Yep. Can you please stay in your seats immediately after the roll call has finished? We have an announcement in regards to WHSS.
ASEPA Algeria, IAFRA Argentina, FECOF Costa Rica delegated to IAFRA Argentina, NAPS Australia, AFAP Austria, SAPUM Bosnia and Herzegovina, CPSA Croatia, ARMSA Armenia delegated to CPSA Croatia, EMU-PSS Cyprus, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, and KPSS Kuwait delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, and TUPS Estonia delegated to FIPSA Finland, ONEP France, PANS Nigeria delegated to ONEP France, BPHD Germany and FIF Spain delegated to BPHD Germany, HUPSA Hungary, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IFSA Iran, IPST Iraq, IDAFARM Ivory Coast, and TAPSA Tanzania delegated to IDAFARM Ivory Coast, APS Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, NZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, APEF Portugal, and FASFA Romania delegated to APEF Portugal, KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda, and GPSA Ghana delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSR Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, Shusisovida Slovenia, SAPSF South Africa, SPSF Sudan, Kuvuz Qatar delegated to SPSF Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA UK, APHA ASP USA, and CAPSI Canada delegated to APHA ASP USA, ZPSA Zimbabwe, KIFSA Kenya delegated to ZPSA Zimbabwe.
We have a short presentation on WHSS 2017.
Hello? AJ? Okay. Hello, everyone.
I'm Mariam, the chairperson of EMRO. Thank you first for the acceptance of the report. And again, apologies for not being able to attend. I hope that everyone is enjoying Taiwan. I will go quickly to WHSS. So as you may know, as part of my work this year, apart from being part of the... Hello? Can everyone hear? Can I have a confirmation that everyone can hear? Okay, so I will go straight to the point. Sorry, I was hearing from the live streaming. So I am this year the IPSF representative for the World Healthcare Student Symposium that will happen in November, from the 23rd to the 27th of November in Kigali, Rwanda, and at the same time the chairperson of the joint working group. So just a quick overview about WHSS for those who are not familiar with this symposium. So this is actually the 7th edition of WHSS. It's a symposium that gathers students from all the healthcare fields. So the first edition was in 2011, then in 2013, 2015, and here we go this year with 2017. So as you can notice, we have this conference held every 2 years. So this year's conference will be for the first time held in an African country and for the first time held by an IPSF member association, which is RPSA Rwanda. So as you can see in the slides that I am presenting now, the objectives of WHSS is to create a networking platform with the global health leaders, to develop skills and awareness of multidisciplinary approach, and so on. So about the host country, as I said already, this year it will be in Kigali, in Rwanda. It will be from the 23rd to the 27th of November. It will be held in the convention center of Kigali, and accommodation will be arranged, of course, for the participants. Up to now, we have more than 700 participants who have registered for the conference, and we are waiting for even more. So the theme of this year's conference will be towards the SDGs Agenda 2013, the role of a multidisciplinary approach in healthcare. And we will be discussing a lot of sub-themes, as you can see the list here: One Health, connecting people, environment, and animals; universal health coverage; technology improving healthcare delivery and innovation; education systems vs. Health systems; research and development in healthcare; and antimicrobial resistance. So for those of you who are still wondering who can attend this conference, all you students from healthcare professions. So as pharmacy students, we are able to attend. Medicine students, veterinary students, dentist students, and all the healthcare students, chiropractors, and so on. For this year, we have 6 partner organizations who are organizing the WHSS, which are IPSF, IFMSA, the Medical Students Association, IADS, which is the Dental Students Association; EPSA, the European Pharmaceutical Students Association; EMSA, the European Medical Students Association; and IVSA, the International Vet Students Association. We have already confirmed a lot of speakers. If you are following on our social media, on Facebook, on Instagram, or on Twitter, we are now currently posting the pictures of the speakers, as well as their a brief about the speakers that will be there. We have a lot of international speakers that are already confirmed, and we are still confirming with others. So the structure of the conference, as you can see, you can go onto the website whss2017.org, and you can notice that we have workshops, plenary sessions for everyone, poster exhibitions, and for that you can send your abstract. We have excursion, of course, and social events. So if you are interested to register for the biggest conference of healthcare students that will happen in few months in Kigali, go onto the website whss2017.org and do not hesitate to contact me for any information you can need for concerns. We have, of course, the online payment to facilitate everything, and we have the normal payment, the classic payment. So we have two packages. We have $100 without accommodation and $280 with accommodation. So I think that's it. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask me right now if you want to, or to send me an email. And you can go for more information onto the social media that you can see displayed on the slide for Facebook, 7th World Healthcare Student Symposium, or WHSS 2017 for Twitter and for Instagram. Thank you.
Okay, you may all go on your tea break. Just make sure that you're back at around 3:48 so we can start sharp at 3:50. Thank you.
EPSF Egypt, KPSS Kuwait delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, TUPS Estonia delegated to FIPSA Finland, ANEP France, PANS Nigeria delegated to ANEP France, BPHD Germany and FIF Spain delegated to BPHD Germany, HUPSA Hungary, ISMA Farsi Indonesia. IFSA Iran, IPST Iraq, IDAFARM Ivory Coast, and TAPSA Tanzania delegated to IDAFARM Ivory Coast, APS Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, INZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, OPF Portugal, and FASFA Romania delegated to OPF Portugal, KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda, and GPSA Ghana delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSR Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, Shususufida Slovenia, SAPSF South Africa, SPSF Sudan, Kuvus Qatar delegated to SPSF Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA UK, APHA ASP USA, CAPSI Canada delegated to APHA ASP USA, ZPSA Zimbabwe, and KIFSA Kenya delegated to ZPSA Zimbabwe.
Scrutineers, do we have any leftover voting cards?
Yakub.
Yakub?
52 full members present and voting.
Jess? Jess? Thank you. Before we begin, I'd like to make an announcement. Apparently, there have been reports of a Facebook group involving certain regions, and inside the Facebook group, there has been discussions of elections and possibly closed discussion talks, and this cannot occur. You cannot have interdelegation and, influence each other's votes outside of the GA. All discussion must occur during the GA. So whoever's involved with this group, can you please close it down, remove yourself from the group, as this cannot occur. And it is a breach of the IPSF Code of Ethics, yes. Now we can move on to, is it election? Is it definitely elections, not the report? We will now have the report of the Chairperson of Media and Publications. Can I please have a proposer to resume the standing orders? Proposed by KNPSV Netherlands, seconded by LPSA Lebanon. All those against? Motion passed unanimously. We now have the chairperson online with us, and he will present his speech for 3 minutes. Can I get confirmation from the back that the sound has been turned on?
We now have the chairperson online with us. Speech for 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Can I please have a confirmation that you can hear me? Okay. First of all, I'd like to apologize for not being in Taiwan and being that late in reporting. So for the report, I've started my mandate with a vision of creating a brand out of IPSF identity and bringing IPSF closer to its member. This vision happened through a certain methodology that mainly consisted of maintaining the stability of the medium publication portfolio and coming up with new ideas to bring IPSF closer to its members and also creating the brand out of IPSF identity. Uh, for the stability of the medium publication portfolio, we had this in the previous GA, we had this total restructuring of the medium publication portfolio, which made the responsibility on me to test the new restructuring and see whether it is for the best of the IPSF or not. And I have to say that the new structure that we currently have is mostly flawless and it's very practically well done. Out of the vision of making the brand out of IPSF identity and, of course, bringing IPSF closer to its members, we have come up with several new ideas through all the portfolios of the Medium publication. For example, the social media, we have created a new type of publication, which I'm going to speak shortly, and of course, the Facebook IPSF family group. And for the branding and marketing, which is concerned about the visual appearance of the Federation, we have tried to maintain the quality and maybe raise the quality of the IPSF designs and visual identity while also making our main visual identity elements, such as the logo and intro and outro videos, to be existed and fully editable for the next chairperson. For the editorial, we had a new portfolio implemented in the editorial portfolio, which is the translation. And the biggest couple of projects that we have currently are the translation of the official documents to our 4 official languages, which is going to be a handover project since translating the official documents can take a huge amount of time. And also, we are creating an IPSF dictionary, which has a lot of IPSF common words that we mostly use in translating our documents. This way, we'll be having more of a consistency in our translation throughout the mandates. For the communication with the members, we have made a new publication that is called Haichi Herald, which is a publication that consists mainly of what is going on in the current timeline in the Federation. It was released for the aim of giving more frequent updates to our members.
We will have to cut him off due to exceeding 3 minutes. Unless the GA would like... Oh, no, yeah, 3 minutes. Sorry, bear with us for 1 minute. Can I get emotion cards from the GA if you would like the chairperson to resume his speech till the conclusion? Green for yes. I see majority green, so we will get him to continue his speech.
Hello? Can I have please a confirmation that you can hear me? Oh, okay. So as I said, the merchandise portfolio, we are planning to remove it in the next constitutional amendments and move the responsibilities of this portfolio to the relevant portfolios. For example, the design and creativity responsibility will be fallen under the medium publication, and the financial aspect will be fallen under the treasurer. For a closing remark, I have to say that this was a great year, and I have to thank you all for listening to my report. And please do enjoy Taiwan for me. Thank you. We are planning to remove it in the next constitutional amendment.
I would now like to open the floor for discussion. CPSA Croatia.
Eva, CPSA Croatia. Thank you for your report. I would like to ask why are there no entries for chairperson of media publication in the last few monthly updates?
I would now like to open the floor for discussion. Say Croatia.
While we await the response, I'll move on to the next question/comment. APHA ASP United States of America.
Caitlin, APHA ASP USA. I would like to say thank you for your report. However, it seems to be lacking detail in several areas. I would like if you could elaborate more on the 30 projects you have covered under branding and marketing and the new types of publications you've published during your mandate.
I have a response to CPSA Croatia. The response is, sadly, I had in the month of June exams that didn't allow me to give the monthly updates. And then next month, I had quite some personal problems with my graduation as well. But I'm ready to answer any questions regarding these 2 months. ANAP France.
Antoine France. So my question is regarding the website. First part is also connected with AJ, because I want to know why AJ was in charge of the website and not you, because I think this is in your portfolio. And moreover, can you update us on the situation of the website, because I think we have a lot of delays at the moment. So thank you very much in advance.
My PSA Malaysia.
Tada, my PSA Malaysia. So my question is a bit similar with France. Will the website be expected to finish soon, or will it be passed over to the next media and publication officer? And if it will be passed to the next media and publication officer, will it be? Can he take over of the website development? Thank you.
I have a point of information from AJ IPSF Executive.
AJ IPSF Executive, in relation to ANEP France, my part of ANEP France's question, I would rather have Ahmed give his answer first. In response to that, currently we are working on filling the website with content so that we can, when it goes live, we will have content on the website. The actual structure of the website is completed. Because we are at World Congress, we don't have a lot of time to put in that content right now, but that will be something that is a major project for EXCO as soon as World Congress is finished, is completing that content. And yes, it will go to the chairperson of media and publications with the next mandate.
We have an answer in response to APHA ASP's question. The response is, it would take a lot of time to elaborate on almost everything, but fortunately I can share with the CPs the monthly updates, which contains all the details for the projects done. Point of information from AJ IPSF Executive.
AJ IPSF Executive, all of those monthly updates are available in the IPSF Important Documents folder.
IF for Argentina.
Roberto Chaile, IF Argentina. I just want to ask you about a specific point, because in your report I didn't see it. Last year, by the SEO committee was developed a competence where the different associations have to design a SEP mascot, and you were in charge of designing of the whole mascot, and we send you a scratch design to make the branding of IPSF, and we didn't see any updates since I send you the last. Can you please update us?
In response to ANAP France, the answer is, regarding the website, the main contact person was AJ, And this strategy was made to make sure that the information from our behalf is coherent. I was in charge of the technical aspect of the website. A continuation of the answer, and I was kept noticed on all the updates as a focus group of the executive committee responsible for the website. INEP France.
Sid Anna France. For me, it will be a question regarding the newsletter, and I just want to know why the newsletter from the previous mandate was never published, especially that you already had all the article in hand in the beginning of your mandate, and also during your mandate, why all the newsletter have been published late or didn't have been published. Thank you.
In response to IFR Argentina's question, the answer I've got is for the CEP mascot, it is already done, and we have this thought under consideration of bringing it to the FIP Congress. EMU PSS Cyprus.
Safia, EMU PSS Cyprus. In your report, you have stated that from team members, number was boosted to 30. However, as part of the Student Exchange Committee and as the person in charge of the celebration of CEP's 65th anniversary, we haven't received any design or help within the time. Therefore, me personally and assigned members from EMU PSS Cyprus have completed the task. So my question is that, what was the reason why, and what specifically do you suggest to your successor on this topic specifically?
We have exceeded 7 minutes of open discussion, but because it is taking time, transferring the questions and information over via online Skype, what I might suggest is getting all your questions and writing them down, and we will give Ahmed time to respond to them, and we will continue on with voting afterwards. If everyone is okay with that, can I just get green emotion cards? I see majority green, so we will continue with the speakers list, and we will read out the responses at a later stage. KNAP's Korea.
Youngmin from Kenya, South Korea. as based on the reports that you sent, I understand the job description of the media public officer is made on branding overall the IPSF. So it covers the merchandise, editorial, and also web design and various things. But actually, you have like over 20 members, which is covers the that branding of the IPSF. So I want to ask, as by a designer of our organization, how did you make a unity of the branding of the IPSF organization? I think it's very difficult because you have diverse members which come from diverse country and also diverse background. So how did you make a unity of the branding of IPSF organization?
Christopher Chua, Observer.
Christopher from PSAT Taiwan. In your report, you mentioned that you promote all the campaign on the Facebook or general and regional outlets. But because I'm the public health committee, I want to ask that because this year we do a lot of booklets and promotional material, it's not posted and sent, like you didn't design it for us. And then I want to ask, why is it happen like this? Is it because we have to do it by ourselves or you guys have to do it?
Can we please get you to repeat the question?
I just want to ask that why this year there's a lot of booklets and promotional materials not edited. Like it is like they didn't make it.
IPF Portugal.
Raquel, IPF Portugal. Again, regarding the website, will Typify charge a fee for maintenance services, or the maintenance services of the website will be in the responsibility of the media and publications portfolio?
Point of information from AJ IPSF Executive.
AJ IPSF Executive. I'm sorry, who asked that question? Thank you. There is an annual fee for general maintenance for the website.
Are there any further questions or comments? In response to Arnott France's question in regards to the newsletter, the response is the newsletter 107 was published. You can access it through our ISSUU account. As mentioned, we lack the experience on compiling the newsletter together, which created these negative impacts on the timeline. As we have reached the end of the speakers list, we will postpone this discussion to a later stage. As this is a procedural motion, can I please have a proposer and a seconder? Proposed by IPF Portugal, seconded by CPSA Croatia. All those against? Motion passed. Before we continue with the elections, we have the chairperson of the Eastern Mediterranean Regional Office, Ms. Mariam Hussein, online. There was a bit of miscommunication between AJ and Mariam. She did, in fact, want to give a speech for 3 minutes. However, it was interpreted as we would speak on her behalf. So, although her report has already been accepted, she would just like the opportunity to give her 3-minute speech. If I have approval from the GA, if that is okay. Green for yes, red for no. Okay, so just to clarify, it would just be a speech. We will not be reopening the motion or opening up discussion. It will just be the 3-minute speech.
Hello again. Can I have a confirmation that everyone can hear? Okay, thank you, AJ. So, sorry, guys. Thank you, AJ, and everyone for the opportunity to speak for the work that has been done in EMRO this year. So I will go quickly through it. So after the 62nd IPSF World Congress in Zimbabwe, I got my handover from my predecessor. And then I started working with the incoming RWG when we held a meeting in September before the official start of the mandate to discuss subcommittees and to discuss the annual plan. As you can see in my report, we have focused on 3 points: to promote EMRO and its activities to the maximum number of pharmacy students in EMRO, to keep our members aware of all the activities happening in EMRO and in IPSF, and to seek new opportunities and collaborations. So we had, through the year, we have held 3 meetings, RWG meetings every 3 weeks, to discuss the important matters happening in the region, and I was attending the executive meetings as well as part of EXCO. As for the CPs meetings, we had 2 EMRO CPs meetings, one at the beginning of the year, and then the first one was in September, and the second one was in May. And then we agreed on having a WhatsApp group CPs meeting for more interaction, and it was an idea that was very appreciated by CPs to make them connected and to share ideas. Then for my travels, as you can see, I have attended EM1, the NGOs conference in Paris, to represent IPSF. We had this year, I'm very happy that we had an RWG face-to-face meeting in Cairo in Egypt from the 17th to the 20th of February. And here I would like to thank IPSF Egypt for helping us to host this, to have this face-to-face meeting in Cairo. I was an IPSF representative as part of the delegation of IPSF in WHA in Geneva, and finally I was present during the 6th EMPS in Kuwait from the 14th to the 18th of July, when we had the elections of the new RWG, and we had so many activities under the theme medication errors. So for the activities developed, as you can see, we had subcommittees this year. We had media subcommittee, regional relations subcommittee. We had a project subcommittee with 3 coordinators as per the motion that we had last year to have PHPD and PE coordinator. And we had as well the secretary subcommittee to help with the minutes, writing the minutes, and so on. So For the interregional competitions, as you have followed for in the IPSF channels, we had the PCE and CSE competitions, and we had succeeded in promoting this in AMRO, and we had IPST Iraq that got the prize, the winner for the CSE competition. We had also the first TDC and AMRO in coordination with the training coordinator, Mr. Mark, and we had the ATEP Tunisia host the first TDC and AMRO. That was a great success, and we had Mr. Christian Roth and Ms. Yasmin Bibers as IPSF trainers there. I would like to thank both of them for being able to be in the first TDC and AMRO. As for the collaborations, we have worked this year with WHO EMRO on the HIV campaign, and we have extended this thanks to Jinan, that I would like to thank our regional projects officer for extending this to IPSF under the slogan Dignity Above All. And when we
Can I ask the GA to see whether you would like the chairperson to continue with their speech? Green for yes, red for no. I see majority green.
Okay, sorry. As I said, WHO EMRO, we had an offline meeting with them when we were in Cairo for the face-to-face meeting, and we were discussing the possibilities of offering internships to our members, and we are still discussing this, so I will make sure to hand over this to my successor and to the next RRO and explain the whole situation for them to continue working on this great opportunity. As for Dufat, we have been working on this together with the RRO, Ms. Shirihan Ibrahim, that I would like to thank for the great efforts that she made into the proposal that we had come up with, and that was approved by Mr. Yacoub, the IPSF external chairperson. But sadly, this year we couldn't be on time to have the whole collaboration for this year's Dufat. But we are still continuing discussions to concretize this for the next year. That will be very easy for the next RWG to continue working on it, since everything has been already done. For the projects and campaigns, of course, we have been following on the EMRO page all the campaigns, PD and PH campaigns that were scheduled by Ms. Jinan. Media and publication, the amazing work that has been done by Mr. Hamdi on the branding campaign, on the merchandise. We have developed a new merchandise, a new T-shirt that was sold during TDC and AMRO and during ENPS in Kuwait. And for the publications, we made sure that we were on time on everything, especially that we made a great use of the media publication subcommittee, that were not missing any deadline. And I would like here to thank again the media publication subcommittee for the great work they did, whether in the design or in the voiceover for the videos and everything, and especially in the website that we have succeeded to launch, that was restructured and redesigned at the 1st of January. For the new members, as you can see, we have this year YPSA Yemen that we have talked to. Shirihan, the RRO, has made great efforts to contact students in Yemen to form the association, and I wish that their application for member in association will be approved during this GA. And of course, we had ASEP Algeria that was approved as a new member in association. That will be the third association in Algeria after ASEPA and ARPEC. All in all, so just to make it brief, it was an amazing year being part of the RWG and being part of the EXCO at the same time. It was stressful indeed, but we had a friendly atmosphere. We had a great time working together. I wish all the best for the incoming RWG and all the best with the elections of the new chairperson that was approved during the regional assembly in Kuwait. I will make sure to hand over everything appropriately and have all the work that was done this year to be continued in the next year. And I would like again to wish all the best for my regional working group, Hamdi, Jinan, Shirihan, Ali, and Fadwa, of course. And of course, I would like to thank Bilal, who was the secretary till April, from the beginning of the mandate till April, for the great efforts he did. Thank you, everyone, for listening. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam. So the chairperson of Media and Publications has answered all the questions that were asked during the open discussion. So we will now move back to motion 31. I will now read out the following questions and responses. So in regards to EMU PSS Cyprus's question, the response is, for the SEP part, as I said earlier, I did have personal problems that didn't allow me to give a great concentration on the SEP anniversary, but I did reach for my marketing manager to look deeply into this issue. In regards to the question asked in relation to branding of IPSF, the answer is, for unifying the branding of IPSF, we do have guidelines for almost everything in the portfolio that will not only enable the reader to know what they should do when they read it, but also we keep our branding coherent and unified. For the public health issue, we had this strategy of activating the public health blog, and then we publish a link to the topic at hand to all our social media outlets. Now we will move on to voting on the report. Motion 31 reads, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the report of the Chairperson of Media and Publications for 2016-2017. All those against? Please raise your voting cards high. Now is your last chance to vote. All those against, please raise your voting cards high. Okay, thank you. Any abstentions? Up high, please. All those for? Motion passed. will now move back to the elections. We have the election of the Chairperson of Internal Relations. We have received 2 nomination forms for this position, Mr. Abir Ashrafer and Mr. Sebastian Lehmann. We have 1 candidate present with us. The other candidate is online with us right now. I would like to invite Mr. Sebastian to the stage. We will do the speeches in the order we received the nomination forms. So Mr. Ashrafer provided us with a motivation speech that we will now present to the General Assembly. I will now pass the microphone to AJ, IPSF Executive.
Honorable
At the back, could we raise the volume for the sound?
Honorable delegates, IPSF executive committees, honorable life members, and IPSF advisor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abir Shifur. Currently, I am working as a regional relation officer in Asia Pacific Regional Office. From the very beginning of my mandate, I was involved as one of the active members in the IPSF internal committee. From the internal committee, I have run project in my region to develop the CP participation in the global contact person group and develop their email system and figure out the problem which is hindering the participation in the global contact person. After the project, we have find out that this year we have ensured a good number of email participation from the April CP. Moreover, we have awarded 3 CP as the contact person of the year, and 2 CP from the Asia Pacific region is nominated as the best CP in the global contact person level. So I would like to mention that this is the biggest success of my project and in the internal committee. Moreover, I have also worked with the chairperson of internal relations to help him to email moderation, December summer update, and also work with the IPSf internal committee other members to implement the made deal. Also work with the individual membership coordinator and membership coordinator to increase the members in IPSf. Already 4 members have got the membership from the GA in this year, and that portfolio is made by me and the membership coordinator. So, and I also didn't stuck myself in the regional level. Besides, I also work and review all the email report given by the each other region in each association, and I also try to help them to develop their email report content and also help them to how to critical thinking capacity as well. As a chairperson of the relation, if I get nominated, I will try to reach the existing upcoming members so that everyone can participate in the leadership in the same level. Moreover, I also try to reach those decisions who are still not that much active in IPSF. Besides, I will try to develop the coaching portfolio and try to involve the external coaches so that we can develop our coaches as well as contact person in the email model, in the email content, also the reporting system as well. If I got elected, I will try to develop the made deal and also develop in such a way so the CP can find out at the problem solution basement. Everyone has their own style to their work. Everyone has the capacity and capability to do work, and there's always a room for development. I would like to get the opportunity to apply all my knowledge and all my dedication to this position and to develop these positions much more from the stage is staying right now. Thank you everyone for listening to me. Thank you.
I pass the chair back to Janet.
We will now have the speech from Mr. Sebastian Leppen.
Dear Secretary General Assembly, dear official delegates, I'm Sebastian Lehmann, the current CP of PPAT Germany and also member of the internal committee. Today I stand here in front of you to provide my motivation. I have been the IPSF contact person for BPHD for 2 years now, and last year I decided to join the internal committee and to participate in the first coaching of the coaches in The Hague to help and motivate IPSF contact persons. I work close with other coaches to develop the coaching with the aim to show new CPs how they can begin the mandate and what it means to be CP. Now, with all my experience from my work in IPSF, I'm ready for the position of Chairperson of Internal Relations. As a Chairperson of Internal Relations, I'm one certain link between the Executive Board and the members. Therefore, it is very important to stand close in close contact with each executive member via email and regular meetings to keep all members and potential members up to date about current activities, projects, and events. That means also our individual members, alumni, friends of federation, and HLMs together financial or non-financial support by offering workshops and proposals as speaker. Furthermore, they can give productive input to the federation on the base on their experience. On the other hand, it is necessary to be in close contact with each CP to learn more about their activities and learn from them to develop the federation. That implies I want to keep and develop the coaching. I believe we can develop the coaches with a strong collaboration with the chairperson of professional development to create a strong basement with continuing sessions about about, for example, email working, reporting, and opinion making. Furthermore, the contact between the CPs must be encouraged so that a lively exchange of opinions takes place in order to get more opinions on important topics in the end. That's why I want to bring forward the Made Deals project we implemented last year. And finally, I believe the key is increasing the communication with all involved. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank both candidates for their speeches. I will now open the floor for discussion. KNPSV Netherlands.
Cyun, KNPSV Netherlands. I was wondering if you have thought about any additions to the MADE project for CPs to, like, I don't know, participate in activities or have a meeting or whatever.
We will have Abir followed by Sebastian.
Hello. Can you hear me right now? Okay, thank you so much. So, well, thank you, Honorable Delegate, for asking this question. So, as the med deal is first introduced in this first time, so yes, we have so many ups and downs to implement this project. We need to incorporate all the internal committee members with the CP, and we need to understand the CP how to deal with that. So my initial target to improve the med project is that in the CP coaching, we will talk about med deal, and I will try to make them understand why it is important for the CP to participate in the med deal, because it can be the biggest opportunity and for the CP to improve the interaction, to solve any problem. And I personally believe that it can be a platform where the best ideas can pop up and we can work on it regarding health issues and other things. So my target will be to motivate my internal committee members and as well contact person to incorporate with that. Besides that, I will try to convince my executive committee members if I get elected, so that they can also give their input on this project. Thank you very much.
Sebastian?
Thank you very much for the question. The MADE deal is an important opportunity to communicate with the CPs, but the activity in this program depends, is very related to the activity of the internal committee member. And so we need to force also the internal committee members to be more active in the group. And we need to bring up some more competitions. As for every time we promote a competition, the activities was very high. Every CP was excited to win at the end, and also was a good idea from us to give the winner the next chance to create a competition. And this is what I want to bring forward in close communication with also the internal committee member. And of course, every CP can give feedback what they want on the Facebook groups and in the groups of the mates, so that we have the most input from everyone to increase this project. But actually, the
NAPSA Australia.
Jessica, NAPSA Australia. So, Beer, in your application, you've said you would provide close...
Sorry, questions must be provided to both delegates. It cannot be specific to one.
Yeah, no, it is for both.
It's for both?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you've said it, you'd provide close mentorship to CPs less involved and ensure CPs are involved in at least one coaching the CP. How would you try to overcome those CPs that are just simply not interested, so not contactable? And Sebastian, like I couldn't see in your application anything similar, so just your opinion in general on that, what you would do.
We need a general question. We need a general question directed to both candidates.
So how would you try to overcome those CPs that are just simply not interested, so not contactable?
So we will have Sebastian followed by Abir.
it's very difficult to reach a contact person who is not active. At the end, we maybe have the email from the president or the secretary general from this association, so we can contact these persons to get in contact with the CP. But if we don't have any person who responds to us, I don't see any way to contact the persons. So, of course, you can travel to the city, but it's, I think, not the thing. So it's also important that just that the CP responds and go to the IPSF to talk, because we just have the communication system like Facebook, WhatsApp, when we have the number and email. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you for Jessica Blank for this question. So this is not the new for me. Like I didn't find out any. So I found out that some associations CP were inactive and they didn't give us response. Especially, I found it in the December summer update, and also sometimes in Asia Pacific April. I have also faced the same problem. So in that case, what I did, I first tried to email them. If they don't respond, then I tried to reach their association president, vice president, or anyone higher official. If not get the response, then I tried for the ACO. And if I didn't get, I tried to contact the previous CP to find out to reach to the current contact person. Moreover, that I also use the Facebook media as one of the important communication tool. I search them in the Facebook and try to send the message. So I did this some ways I applied when I was involved in the December summer update to reach some CP, and also in my association, also when I working as a to find a new member association for the April.
Okay, we had to cut him off because we exceeded the limit. So now we have IF for Argentina.
Roberto Chaile, IF for Argentina. Since I was a CP, I know how hard it is to deal with unresponsiveness and some inactive CPs. So what are your plans to deal with it and to motivate them to participate more?
I believe this question was answered already by both delegates. So due to the long speakers list, can we please move on to the next question?
I'm more focused on the motivation of the CP, not the unresponsiveness. So the plans that they have, because in the general application, they don't. Okay, you can go further.
Yeah. We will have Abir followed by Sebastian.
Can I start talking or? Okay, thank you so much. So how will I motivate CP? I'm also already mentioned in my application that I made a one-to-one contact with the contact person. Sometimes it happens the contact person are not really willing to share their problem, and they sometimes feel shy to share the responses in the meeting, and also in the if they understand anything in the email format or something, they don't share. So my target is to reach every CP, every association as much as I can, and to talk with them and to make them to feel to share their problem with me. So when I will hear their problem, I will share with them some of my views, some of my ideology, and I believe that that will help them to be motivated. Besides that, we have best CP hours, we have best association hours. So if we can motivate them for to reach them to get the award, and also if we publish their association update in our Facebook page, and also and highlighted their post, so that will motivate them and that will help them to reach their targeted goal. Thank you very much.
Sebastian?
Thank you very much for your question. It's very nice to motivate people, because CPs, I'm very motivated if they attend any communication personally. So online meetings was very effective relating to the coachings. So after every coachings, the activity from the CPs increased highly from usually everyone. And mostly every CP attend these events. So we definitely need to bring forward more online meetings. We need follow-ups from the coaching the contact persons. And if we have an unresponsive CP, we need to try to contact it personally, to have a face-to-face or the online meeting, just one per one. And I definitely need the help of the team, because it's not possible to have one-on-one meetings, just me. So the regional relations officer need to work with me closely.
As we have reached the conclusion of 7 minutes, I would now like to close the floor for discussion. PPSA Poland.
Agata, PPSA Poland. I would like to propose to extend the time for another 7 minutes.
Seconded by LPSA Lebanon. All those against? Motion passed. Before I reopen the floor for discussion, can I please remind CPs, official delegates, that we are very limited on time, and I know we have a long speakers list. So please listen to the other questions that are being asked and ensure that your question does not duplicate or is, very similar to anything else that has been already asked. Thank you. So JPSA Jordan.
Bilal, JPSA, thank you for your presentations. Can you give me, say if you have a new initiative for reporting system of associations activities? Thank you.
Sebastian, followed by Abir.
Can you please clarify your question?
I've seen on one of the applications that there's a new initiative for encouraging associations or CPs to send their activity reports. So do you have such initiatives or not?
Yes. So as I said, to get more reports and to improve the collections of reports, I want to bring up online trainings in a close collaboration with the chairperson of professional development and the trainers we have, and to show every CP how to work with the project accreditation form we have implemented this year, and also I want to evaluate the system and develop it with the input of the contact persons. Thank you.
Um, Thank you so much for the question. So yes, do you have any ideas for increasing student activity report? Yes, it has. I have when I was working as RO in my region, I have seen that the implementation from the city wasn't that much, and also in the implementation of the project. Just thing that I have find out the CPs are sometimes due to their workload, the CP cannot submit a report on time. In that case, what I did, what I will do, I will try to read the CP to give some knock about some deadlines of the reports, and if sometimes we forget the deadlines of the report, and when we miss the deadline, we don't like to submit a report again. So what is my plan is to give CP to reminder about the report submission before 1 week of the deadline, and also the day before of the deadline, so that they can themselves keep updated about the thing. And also, I would like to stop. I can also collaborate with the public health chairperson and pharmacy education chairperson to find out some interesting topic, public health issue, some.
PPSA Poland.
Agata PPSA Poland. So thank you both for your applications. And as a chairperson of internal relations, you have to also work with internal committee and RROs. So I just want to ask you, what do you believe is the future for RRO position inside Federation? Thank you.
Abir, followed by Sebastian.
Thank you asking for this question. In this year, I tried my level best and gave my best effort for as a position in RRO, and I tried to also help my subcommittee members to reach our targeted goal. As a So what I believe in the future of the RO position dependent. So what I believe that in the next RO who are coming in this year, in this year, so I will be keep close contact with them, and I will share my experience with them, and I will try to understand what this position actually contains, because RO plays an important role to increase the membership in the region, also keep good communication with their existing member and other parties as well. And from this region, I also made my contact with other region as well, and this is the best.
Sebastian.
Thank you for this question regarding to work with the internal committee and also with the regional relations officer. It's necessary that everyone is responsible, and I want to implement online meeting every 2 months. So just to see what they do, what is their work, and give updates, and so we can increase the motivation and also the plans, the future plans and implementation of new things. If it's a regional relations officer not responds, I try to contact the chairperson of this region to get feedback and what is going on this. So in this case, we can work together and with 3 parts and increase the work in the region. Thank you.
PSUT Thailand.
Well, at PSUT Thailand, my question is similar to Jordan. No question for me, similar.
IPF Portugal.
Manuel Talinas, IPF Portugal. Regarding to coaching on international relations, what are the future plans for this new established activity?
We will have Sebastian followed by Abir.
Thank you for this question. This is really hard to answer because this was the first time we had a lot of issues with the project. Also, that was on the same time as LIT.
Thank you so much.
We evaluated this project after this together with Agatha and Lucas. And we think we can continue with this project, but we have to do more organization stuff and planning before, so that we have a very smooth process. And also we need to work very, very close with the chairperson of professional development to manage both events on the same time, or maybe we can switch the time for the coaching of international relations.
We will now have Abir.
Thank you so much for the question. So in the coaching internal relation, I will try to, first of all, I will evaluate the current coaching materials. Besides that, I will try to, I have already mentioned, try to reach the external expertise, external coaches to get their ideas and what we can implement, and to develop the coaching content so that everyone can participate. And also I will try to focus on both soft skill and hard skill as well. Thank you so much.
IPF Portugal. Clarification from IPF Portugal.
I didn't understand the last answer, so.
From Abir?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get him to repeat it. Sorry, we have a technical from the motions committee.
Benjamin Greathouse, individual member from the U.S. Motions Committee. Could we ask the sound team for the video or for the online microphone? Could you reduce the low end of the microphone? It would probably help it be more clear through the speakers. Thank you.
Okay, so regarding coaching on internal relation, first of all, I will try to, I will first of all, I will talk with the existing coaches and what they did, and also will talk with the chairperson of internal relation. So for the coaching material we do have. After that, I will try to find out the gaps where we can give more impulse on it and develop the coaching portfolio. Besides that, I will also try to reach the external coaches to get them idea and also make involved with our coaching program, so that our coaches and CPs can get the best coaching from our this project. Thank you so much.
IPF Portugal.
Raquel, IPF Portugal. Thank you so much for both your applications, and I want to also tell you that it was great to work with both of you during this year in the internal committee. My question to you is what you think about moderation in the global CP group?
Could we please get you to repeat that last sec?
What you think about moderation in the global CP group?
Thank you. Abir followed by Sebastian.
Well, thank you very much for the question. So From the very beginning, I was involved in the CP Global Controversy CP moderation, and what I have found that the Lucas has done the most of the job by himself. So first of all, I will try to assign my other subcommittee peoples at least and try to make them a routine work. Like these 2 days, you can all do the moderation, and I will try to give them the flexible of time to do the moderation because, to be honest, do it by one person is a really tough job, and we reach at least 10 emails per day in the global contact person group. So and this moderation is already automated, so it's really easy to do the task. So yes, I will try to convince my internal committee members and also make them involved in the moderation so that one person cannot take the whole responsibility by himself. Thank you so much.
Sebastian?
Thank you for the question. As we talked about during the CP meeting here on the World Congress, we thought about to erase the motivation because we had a less number of spam emails, and it's need a lot of time to work on it and motivate the group. But at the end, I think first of all, we need to continue with the motivation to see how every CP develop in the future, and also the new contact persons come to the mandate and works. However, it's definitely a strong collaboration with the internal committee to manage it because it's need a lot of time. We received a lot of emails per day, around 10. So the daily checkup in the email is necessary, and to collaborate with the whole team from the internal portfolio also necessary, and close communication with this, I think, and then we can manage it and go on.
I'll have to cut you off there. We have now reached 7 minutes for open discussion time, so I will now close the floor for discussion. So can I please ask both delegates to, Mr. Sebastian to leave the room, and we will disconnect from Abir Online. Can I please have the live stream turned off, all laptops and mobile phones to be turned off, and all doors to be guarded? Thank you. Did someone go to... Oh. I would like to congratulate Mr. Sebastian Lehmann as the new IPSF Chairperson of Internal Relations for 2017-2018. On behalf of IPSF, we would also like to thank Mr. Abir Ashrafur for his nomination form and encourage him to reapply in the future.
I just want to thank you all. I'm very excited to have the next year in the IPSF Executive Committee. And yes, I'm just looking forward to work with every one of you very close, and we will do a great job, I think. Thank you very much. Very, very much.
We will now continue with the elections. Can I please get motion cards to see whether it is okay if we move to the chairperson of professional development? Usually there is a strict order that we follow. Who would So normally we would have media and publications and then pharmacy education. However, the reason we would like to do the chairperson of professional development first is because one of the candidates, Amelia McLeod, actually has commitments for the rest of the World Congress, and so we would like to do this now while she is available. So can I have green motion cards if we are okay to proceed with this election? I see majority green. So we will now proceed with the election of the chairperson of professional development. We've received 2 nomination forms, one from Miss Amelia McLeod and the second one from Miss Hyunjin Jenny Kang. Can I please invite both candidates to the stage to present their speech? As we have received Amelia's nomination first, we will proceed with her speech first, followed by Jenny's.
Okay, yeah, that's going. Okay, first of all, hello everyone. I know we are getting quite late in the afternoon. For my speech, I don't want to go through my application as such because I believe that you have all had plenty of time to read it. So instead, I just want to give a little bit of motivation about why I am applying for the position. So a little bit about me first. I am a qualified pharmacist and I'm working in Australia. As you can tell by my accent, I am definitely Australian. With my time in IPSF, my first sort of contact properly with IPSF was in 2015, where I attended the 61st IPSF World Congress in Hyderabad, India. Since then, I have been pretty encouraged by the professional development team. During this Congress, I took part in almost all of the events and have tried to stay in contact with this department ever since. Last year, I was on the Media and Publications Committee, and I was sort of assigned to work with the professional development team. This year, you are probably aware I am the Clinical Skills Event Coordinator, which is why I have commitments for the rest of Congress. Why I think I will be a good candidate for this role is that I have had plenty of experience with professional development, and I have been in the last year in discussion with all of the other coordinators within the department about what their projects are, what they are doing, and what their aim is sort of for the rest of the year, for the next year, and for sort of further along the line as well. So some of the main things I would like to implement within the year is continue on with the interregional professional development competition, and try and involve the compounding event in this by making each case covering all three of the branches, the counselling, the clinical skills and the compounding. And this will sort of try and alleviate some of the demand on each of the coordinators at a time. And also a multi-professional event. There has already been started some discussion with the Medical Students Association regarding this. Through Juliet this year. So I think that was all I have to say for now, so I will pass the microphone over to Janet.
Thank you. I would now like to invite Jenny to present her speech.
Hello. IPS professional development serves to have a qualified, advanced, and expert pharmacist at last. And different demographics in IPSF member and demands from them should be applied to the program we have. And I'm here to take that oar. This is Hyunjin Kang, applying for IPSF Chairperson of Professional Development. I have experiences of not just in participating, but also coordinating PD events. Willing to keep the PD initiative in April, torched by PC workshop in Japan, I have implemented the idea of regional patient counseling competition. There, I could apply my experience of organizing PCE from Regional Symposia 2016, communicating with IPSF Chairperson of Professional Development in planning stage. In addition to PCE, I have experiences on LIT, CSE, CE, and PPAC, along with analyzing PD programs with past and present organizers and talking to participants. These experiences are being solid foundation for my vision for a future of professional development. First of all, I'd like to bring industry pharmaceutical competition and events that target pharmacy students who wish to pursue a career in industry. I purpose to have the event for World Congress and regional symposia in a similar manner as with Indonesia MI did. And as it involves contract with the pharmaceutics company that will broaden our sponsorship potential as well. Secondly, PC and CSE reorganizing will be implemented, considering the different demographics of IPS members. This approach will have more participants actively joining in PD events. Moreover, the goal for stable training system and passionate trainers will be kept as a basis, seeking opportunities to coordinate with external partners. And more exposed and easier access to CE guidelines is the one that should be implemented. Lastly, considering PPAC's unique characteristic than other PD events, I'm looking forward to collaborating with not just PH committee, but also policy committee on it. This approach will brainstorm the ideas on PPAC from PD committee to be well implemented with structured and organized plan. I believe PD this year did a great job. I'd like to keep what PD has done great, such as inter-regional collaboration, adding industrial programs, which is currently lacking, and making all PD committee members more actively involved for development of PD programs and implementations. I am ready to show my passion and contribute time to IPSF this year, and looking forward to improvement of professional development. Thank you.
I'd like to thank them for their speeches. I will now open the floor for discussion. CPSA Croatia.
Diana, CPSA Croatia, thank you for your nominations. I would like to ask you, have you maybe thought about collaborating with other student organizations in online competitions, and which organizations, if that's the case? Thank you.
Amelia, followed by Jenny.
That is working. Okay. I have been considering working with the International Medical Students Federation in an online, not interprofessional, multi-professional clinical skills event. This has already, discussions on this has already begun in this mandate, and I would hope to continue them and bring them to completion within the next mandate. Thank you.
CPSA Croatia, could you please repeat the question for Jenny? We just have a scrutineer.
Diana, CPSA Croatia. The question was, have you maybe thought about collaborating with other student organizations in online competitions? Thank you. And with which organizations?
To be honest, because of its regarding professional development, I am thinking of the collaborating with YPG, such as YPG, the professional groups. But in the online competition, I would think that collaboration with the other student organization might be good, as Amelia commented. But I'm looking forward to think about it with the PD committee. Thank you.
JPSA Jordan.
Bilal, JPSA. Actually, Jenny answered my question, but Amelia didn't. Do you have any relations or connections with professional training institutions so that you can implement our training department?
So this will have to be answered by both delegates? Yep, okay. Yes, so Jenny, followed by Amelia.
Okay, so as I'm currently working on organizing the student package for FIFR Congress, I have a connection with the YPG, so I think it's easier for me to get to them to ask for help. And also, I talked with a training coordinator who is currently working, and he suggested to have very specific external partner on the training. So I think that would help as an external partner. Thank you.
Amelia?
So I am a member of FIP and thus a member of the Young Pharmacists group within FIP. I would be able to use this to this connection to work on any projects along with in association with FIP. And like I have said before, discussions have already begun about a multi-professional event. Thank you.
BMF USD Indonesia. Just behind. Yeah.
Melody BMF USD Indonesia. I saw both of you have so many plans if you are getting elected for this position, but what's your plan to collaborate with the RPO from each region? Thank you.
Amelia, followed by Jenny.
So this mandate, I have been in collaboration with the RPOs from each region in order to bring about the online counselling and clinical skills event. These two events have run, well, that's right. These two events have run fairly well. There has obviously, because it was one of the first times this has occurred, does need some adjustments and fine-tuning, but I would wish to continue with this collaboration for the next mandates. Thank you.
Okay, basically, I think communication with the RPO is very important. So I'd like to have meeting with the RPO in the beginning of my mandate. And also because there is TDC in April at first time, so I'd like to emphasize, because we did not have, April region did not have trainer before, but with the first TDC, they can have trainers which can improve their training background. And also because I realized that a lot of regions have different situation in their training or compounding events. I'd like to see what's going on in their region and then apply what they need in each event. Thank you.
BMF USD Indonesia.
Albertus Ivan, brilliant, BMF USD Indonesia. Hi Jenny, hi Amelia, really nice to see you up there. I see from both of you, you have specific weakness and strength. It's really nice that you can apply for this position. And I see that Jenny, you're really focused on April in your application form, and for Amelia, you really focus on how you can collaborate with other association organization outside IPSF. So please give us one priority of your what things that you want to do if you become the chairperson of professional development. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. We have Jenny followed by Amelia.
Okay, so because I was CP of KNAPS for a year, I had to concentrate what I have to do as CP. So that's why I have concentrated in my region to be responsible for my position. However, to overcome it, I tried to collaborate with other countries, not just in my country. And that can be one of my strengths to show my potential that I can also do well in international level. Because personally, I think I have good interpersonal skills, which means that I can also interact well with other regions, CPs and RPOs. So with that skills, I think I can do the same things or what I did with Taiwan and Japan. So I can say that I have the potential to work well in the international level also. Thank you.
Amelia?
So my main priority for the next mandate would be to continue on the work that has already been initiated in this mandate, because I believe that once something is started, it should be continued until it is completed. So this would include the continuation of improving and strengthening the trainers program. It would be the continuation of the interregional events, and also collaboration with the it would also be collaboration with the other departments within IPSF to try and bring them all together so that it's a bit more sort of cohesive, especially with the public health campaigns. I believe we can collaborate a bit more to show how, say, pharmacists can work with within a public health campaign, and what sort of the role of a pharmacist within them can be, not just within the student organisations, but
Thank
then...
you, Amelia. It's been 1 minute. It has already been 7 minutes for open discussion, so I would now like to close the floor for discussion and proceed to close discussion. Can we please get the scrutineers to take the delegates outside? Sorry, the nominees outside. Comment from PPSA Poland.
Agata, PPSA Poland. I would like to propose to extend the time limit just to the end of the list of speakers.
5 minutes. Okay. Proposed by PPSA Poland, seconded by BPHG Germany. All those against? Motion passed. So we will now continue with the questions. We have ANEP France.
Sid ANEP France. A lot of IPSF members do not speak English well. So are you, and do you have any plan to have these non-English speakers in all the professional development event? Thank you.
Amelia, followed by Jenny.
This has been one thing I have struggled with a fair amount this year. I have quite often put drafts of different events up, only to have Clement from France correct me and go, you can't say this, it will be hard to be understood by students non-English speaking. So as you've seen through our work as the interregional competition, we have had a lot of our events translated into the official languages of IPSF. And a lot of the work does get proofread from different speakers of different languages, even if it is not translated, to try and ensure that it can be understood by everyone who wishes to take part. And as a side comment, the interregional event did have respondents in all of the languages.
Jenny?
So, because I'm not native speakers, I know which point they are struggling with their PD events. So I have experience of PC workshop implemented in Japan, and that was part of my that gave me the idea of a PCE 101, which means that we can give the freshmen or the people who do not have the experience on that to have more deeper understanding of what PCE is or what CSCE is. So according to all my backgrounds, as I wrote in my nomination form, I think I am the person who can really understand what they're struggling for. Thank you.
PPSA Poland.
Agata, PPSA Poland. I just want to ask you both, how would you like to have a collaboration with Chairperson of Internal Relations in the next year about coaching on international relations? Thank you.
Jenny, followed by Amelia.
Actually, I was the one who attended LIT last year and CIR this year. So I know what is the difference between two programs, and I know what is the weakness and strengths between of two programs. So, but I think that I cannot say that I should keep or suspend those programs. But I think we need a lot of communication between internal relations and PD committee, because they also want to put strength on the soft skills. So I think we need a lot of communication on that. And if I get my position, I want to start the communication since the handover period. Thank you.
Amelia?
So coaching of international relations is primarily run by the internal department. However, it does involve a lot of interaction with the Professional Development Committee, such as the provision of trainers to deliver some of the workshops, especially those on soft skills. So there will definitely be collaboration between the two departments with regards to this, and any other events that would need to be held at these workshops. I will get, if I do get elected, in the handover I will have a full discussion with Juliet with regards to the extent of the involvement and what needs to be done with regards to professional development within the coaching of internal relations. Thank you.
Christopher, Observer.
Christopher from PSA Taiwan. Seems that there's no trainers in Paro right now. I want to ask that what's your plan next year for LIT in Argentina?
So there is no trainers in Paro at the moment. My plan is to work with the training coordinator and also the Pan American Regional Office to try and hold a Leaders in Training in the Pan American region before the World Congress in Argentina.
Jenny?
Because I have planned to collaborate with external partners on training program, which means that we can put the strength on the training program, and the strengthened program will have more participants who want to be a trainer, and because of that, I believe that there will be increasing number of trainers next year, before next year, which means that we can have more trainers for LIT. Thank you.
IPSf United Arab Emirates.
Hello everyone, my name is Rafa Al Khalifa, DPCSU United Arab Emirates. Hope you both good luck. My question is, are you having any plans for coaching or doing online orientations for the professional development chairperson in the associations in order to maintain standard level of the event in all the associations of IPSF? Thank you.
Jenny, followed by Amelia.
Okay, to secure the standard, like global standard, I came up with a survey so we can know which education in which academic year IPSF member is going through. I contacted with current professional development chair about it, and they went through it in PC and CSC just in the committee, but I would like to expand it through the IPSF member through CP network. And actually a survey on CE was done this time in the PD committee this year, so I would like to use those database to set the standard. Thank you.
Amelia?
So to ensure that the professional development events are held at a good quality globally in each organizational level, I believe that the main thing that needs to be done is to ensure that all of the guidelines are up to date, which has been a key priority within this mandate, and they should hopefully all be finished by the end of the mandate. Whilst a one-on-one meeting with every single organization would be fairly impractical, email communications would definitely be an option to those who require it, and if someone is in specific need, then a one-on-one meeting can be organized. Other than that, I think that any questions with regards to the hosting of events can also be forwarded to either the chairperson or whichever of the coordinators is related to that event as well. Thank you.
As we have reached the end of the speakers list, I will now close the floor for discussion, and we will now proceed to close discussion. Thanks, guys. Can I please have the scrutineers take the nominees well away from the GA room? Can I please have the live stream turned off, all laptops and mobile phones to be turned off, and all doors guarded? and all doors can be reopened. Can I have confirmation that the live stream has been turned on? Thank you. I would like to congratulate Ms. Hyunjin Jenny Kang as the new IPSF Chairperson of Professional Development for 2017-2018. On behalf of IPSF, we would also like to thank Ms. Amelia McLeod for her nomination form and encourage her to reapply in the future. Okay, now because it is way past 6:30, we will conclude GA for today. Can I please have a proposer to suspend the standing orders, proposed by PPSA Poland, seconded by NZAPSO New Zealand. I will now hand the microphone to AJ for the roll call.
ASEPA Algeria, IFR Argentina, and FECOF Costa Rica delegated to IFR Argentina, NAPSA Australia, AFUP Austria, SAFPOM Bosnia and Herzegovina, CPSA Croatia, ARMSA Armenia and CPSA Croatia, EMUPSS Cyprus, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, and KPSS Kuwait delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, TUPS Estonia delegated to FIPSA Finland, ONEP France, PANS Nigeria delegated to ONEP France, BPHD Germany, FIF Spain delegated to BPHD Germany, HUPSA Hungary, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IFSA Iran, IPST Iraq, IDAFARM Ivory Coast, TAPSA Tanzania delegated to IDAFARM Ivory Coast, APS Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, and ZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, APEF Portugal, and FASFA Romania delegated to APEF Portugal, KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda, and GPSA Ghana delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSO Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SHSSFIDA Slovenia, SAPSF South Africa, SPSF Sudan, QFIS Qatar delegated to SPSF Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA UK, APHA ASP USA, and CAPSI Canada delegated to APHA ASP USA, ZPSA Zimbabwe, KIFSA Kenya delegated to ZPSA Zimbabwe.
Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you to everyone today. I know it's been a very long day. We have quite a heavy agenda, still quite a few things to go through, and the continuation of elections. So please make sure that tomorrow morning you come at 8:30 a.m. sharp, actually a little bit beforehand, so we can start at 8:30 a.m. And also, we only have this room until 6:30, so can you please make sure that you collect your things as soon as possible and leave the GA hall as soon as you can. Thank you.
Hey, one quick announcement before you leave. Listen. You need to make sure your delegates know this as well. You need to start picking up your trash, bottles, cans, anything you have. Like, you need to make sure you pick up your trash in the common areas now and after, okay? Thank you.
One more thing, guys. One more thing.
It's just white. Housekeeping rules. We need to keep telling you guys. We got a few things that's on our mind and the mind of
the hotel, so we need to go through this quickly. People who borrowed the spare keys for their room, please return them. Unless you're going to pay for them, make sure you return them. Cleanliness, as AJ said, make sure you clean after your stuff. You're not babies, you're not kids, make sure you clean them. Inside and outside as well. Noise, like I know we're a big bunch of pharmacists who like to have fun, but if you can have fun outside towards this area rather than reception, it'll be better. And inside your rooms, if you can keep it for only sleeping only, that's great. And what was the last bit?
Guys, we have been causing quite a bit of trouble for the hotel. We have a list who haven't returned things yet. I'll give you guys 24 hours before I start embarrassing you guys. All right? We have a list of people who haven't returned stuff yet, and make sure you guys clean yourself as well, because we are not showing the right behavior as a pharmacy students towards other people who are staying here.
One more thing. Dad. Oh, and
So, we have a lot. People have been borrowing spare keys, iron, tape, a lot of things. But a lot of things are not being returned yet. The hotel's not happy with that. We have a list. We know who they are. I'll give you guys 24 hours.